1, 2. got a plaque here for Midland.
Midland.
That was their 125th. That's one that we got the information 4 days or something before, thanks to your girlfriend.
You want me to interpret
I don't care. Then we got Auxiliary, Midland themselves, Senator McKay. He's going to be here this morning. Right, but he on the way back in there, he stopped in here. So got that. We got Western Maryland Scenic Railroad and Allegheny Carey.
Charlie and I were talking. 8.
Good morning. Yeah, it's working now, Richard. You got me tuned up. Anybody that has not signed in, the Second Vice President Bill's ready to help here to the front waiting on you. And we're going to start at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Good morning. We would like to call the Executive Committee to order, and we'd like to call on our chaplain, Chief Chaplain, to start us off. Thank you.
Good morning. Before we go to prayer, I have a few prayer requests. Ron Watkins is still not conscious. He has some response by blinking of his eyes and moving his left hand if you say something to him, but they still have no idea what's going on. Robbie Blackenstone's father-in-law passed away on Thursday. Michael Alfieri from Prince George's County and also one of our recruiters had a stroke, and he's in recovery. And of course, keep praying for Skip. He's here today, so keep him in prayer. Oh, Chris May has a torn ACL and meniscus. Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, we ask your presence with us today, Father. And Father, you've just heard the concerns we just lifted up to you, Father. We ask you to be with those who are dealing with health issues. Father, just give the doctors and nurses the wisdom and knowledge to take care and help these folks out, Father. And we ask you to touch their bodies and heal them. And Father, we especially lift up those who are mourning the loss of loved ones. Father, be with them as they grieve. Help them celebrate the lives of those they've lost. Father, today we are here to do the business of the Maryland State Firefighters Association. We're looking for wisdom and knowledge and guidance from you, Father, as we do this business. And Father, we thank you for all the safe travels for those who have traveled here today. We ask this all in your Son's name. Amen.
I call our president, who is back there. So we'll go with the first vice president for his welcome remarks, and then a representative from Midland, please.
Good morning.
Now I got the blue light. Well, here comes the president. I'll go ahead and let him take from here. Go ahead, sir.
That damn thing is going to get me before the day is over. We'd like to thank Midland for having us here today, and especially thank the people that put together the train ride last night. That was very enlightening and a lot of fun. And we have some presentations to make to Midland, and we're going to do this in kind of a weird way. We're going to split it up. These two gentlemen have been filling in for me while I've been unable to be out. So they get. There's one for you. One for you.
She's collecting money already.
And we're going to need the keys and the president up here too. I am here for the first place.
Who's that for? Get to the president? Who's that for? Oh, okay.
As executive, pass it on to whoever.
Okay. I can pass it on to Mark.
Anniversary. And I'm not going to read it all out to you, but
Thank you very much.
125
We
years.
will hang that in a place of honor back in the station. Thank you all very much.
Oh, whoever takes my Gotcha.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, to the Midland Volunteer Fire Company number 1, special recognition award for the not just the 125 years, but we thank you for hosting us this weekend. What a great facility! It's a new facility, and plenty of room, and everybody's comfortable. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to call on Second Vice President Bill Faust for the introduction of a guest.
Wait 1 second, Roger. I got a couple of more presentations.
Oh, I thought you were done. Thanks.
Jonathan, could I have you and your family up here, please? If you're here, if not, whatever part of the family is here, up here. Jonathan, this is a proclamation to Western Maryland Scenic Railroad, since you took care of that, from my association for what a wonderful time we had last night. So we'd like you to have that, and thank you, brother.
Appreciate it, sir.
Yeah. And part of that goes to your wife and your daughter, too, because they were extremely helpful and beneficial. And since you're the El Presidente, this is a proclamation to Garrett, Allegheny Garrett County Fire Association.
Sir?
That's McKay's. We'll wait till he gets here. Yeah. Yeah. We can get him one. But thank you. It was a wonderful time last night.
Back there, get a picture of the sweetheart. Sorry. I'm the photographer today.
What?
Just smile together.
That's about all I can do at this stage of the game.
All right, on behalf of the Midland Fire Company and Auxiliary, we'd like to welcome you here to the town of Midland. We moved into the new hall in 2013. The fire station is directly behind it, the red brick building, 5-bay fire station back there. The door is open if anybody would like to go back and take a look around at a break or something, then we can get somebody to go back there with you. Our president couldn't be here today. He had to take his wife to the hospital. I'm Craig Alexander. I'm a past president, past chief. And also on behalf of the mayor of Midland, who's back there, the white-haired gentleman, we want to welcome you to the town of Midland. And I'm the town administrator for the town of Midland. So we welcome you. If there's anything that we can do to make your stay with us better, please reach out to us and let us know. And as you all said, we are celebrating our 125th year, and a great milestone for us. And the town has been incorporated since 1903, I think. We were a boom town for the mining industry, and at one time Midland had about 2,000 residents. We're down to about 450 residents now. So as the coal mines faded, so did the population of the town. And I won't tie up any more of your time. We thank you all for coming out and visiting us in Western Maryland.
Here, I'm going to try to
Have a seat. Have a seat.
All right, Mr. Second Vice President, we'll try again. Thank you for introducing our guests this morning and our partners.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The officers, the Maryland State Firefighters Association, we have President Skip Carey, First Vice President Charlie Simpson, myself, Second Vice President. We have Doyle Cox, past President and Secretary. We have Jonathan Dayton, Assistant Secretary, Richard Coons, Assistant Secretary, Jenny White, Will Height. Whew. I only got one more, just one more. And Mr. Bobby Jacobs, Assistant Treasurer. We have Chief Chaplain John Long, Chaplain Sam Mann, Attorney Mike Farlow, Executive Director Kate Teminelli, and Executive Assistant Lynn Hawkins from the officers. From the Executive Committee, we have Chairman Roger Steger, Vice Chairman Mark Bilger, Committee Member Ron Block, Mr. Tim Dayton, Mr. Chip Jewell, Mr. Lee Lutz, Mr. Doug Simpkins.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, everybody.
He doesn't even need a mic. That's pretty good there.
It's the legs, don't worry.
Committee, Mr. Buddy Sutton, and the ex officio member, past President, Mr. Eric Smothers.
Thank you, Mr. Second Vice President.
Okay, past presidents, 1987, 88, Mr. Bob Cumberland. Mr. Dean Worthington, 2002, 2003. Mr. Bobby Jacobs, 2004, 2005. Mr. Frank Underwood, 2008, 2009. Doyle Cox, 2010, 2011. Dave Lewis, 2011, 2012. Mark Bilger, 2017, 2018. Joe McCray, 2021, 2022. And Eric Smothers, 2023, 2024.
Thank you, sir.
And he's the one that blamed me for not doing the years and all, so I've done it. Okay. No, sir. Mr. Roger Steger, 2000, 2001. Sorry, sir. That'll teach him son the book. No. From Maryland Fire Chiefs, we have First Vice President John Delana, sorry. He spelled it, I didn't. That's right. Maryland Department of Emergency Service, Mr. John Delana. See, I got it right the second time. Office of the State Fire Marshal, Jason Mowbray. Morning, sir. Maryland State Police Aviation Lieutenant Joe George. From MIFRE, Mike Cox. Thank you, sir. And from MIMS, Dr. Delbridge. And that's all I have. Oh, you didn't. And also we have Mr. Bob Phillips, who is the president of Maryland's Fire Chiefs.
Thank you. And this time I call on the ladies present, Sheriff, for introduction of her officers and any comments or.
I have to take this out. Good morning. I'm not going to lean over. Happy to be here. Nice drive up this morning, 2.5 hour drive, but it was nice. Today we have myself, we have the Senior Vice President, Joan Kramer, Junior Vice President, Holly Trago, Financial Secretary, Kay Trago, Corresponding Secretary Robin Schorb, Guard Kim Shelton, and Bessie Marshall Co-Chair Sharon Worthington. Also past presidents, we have Elaine Huttenlock, 1984-85, Sharon Worthington, 1995-96, Sandy Lutz, 2010-2011, Teresa Chrisman, 2011-2012, Malia Dalton, 2022-2023, and Jean Main, 2023-2024. You're welcome. I'm done. I don't know how to get this back in there.
Okay.
She fell out.
All right, this time we'll start with the Second Vice President's report. On deck will be the First Vice President, Charlie.
First off, I want to apologize. My report did not get sent. I just found out this morning, so I will get it sent this afternoon. It'll be out this afternoon. As most of you know, I lost my mom in the beginning of March, so me and my brother both have been very busy with that and with all this stuff with the association. I've attended numerous banquets and meetings. I was at 17th State Circle every Wednesday during the session, during a lot with Mr. Bob Phillips. And then I was there for the Sign or Die Day to go with that. And I was also at the last partners meeting Wednesday. So that's about all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vice President, Charlie.
What did you do to this?
What?
What did you do to this? Hey, good morning, all. It was a real pleasure to be here. Good to see everybody today. Thank you to Midland. You know, I got to really pass along Jonathan and the Eastern Garrett Volunteer Association. What an absolutely fantastic reception, hospitality
Excuse me,
get
Mr.
together
Vice
last
President.
night.
You got to get closer to the mic. The secretary cannot hear you.
I get it right. Try again. Thanks again to the Eastern Garrett for. It's not doing it. Anyway, we had a great reception, great time last night, and thank you. Very good to be here with Midland. Great facility also. My report's been filed electronically. You'll see it in the reports to the executive committee. Been a busy past couple months here since our meeting in Ridge. We've gotten a lot done, got a lot more to do. Things are moving forward as far as getting a lot of preparations done for Ocean City. The convention committee has really gone crazy in getting our stuff together this year, and I thank them very much for that. We're moving forward, as I said. The Vice Executive Chair, Mark, and I have been doing a lot of work on committees and information in the directory. That information will be out soon. We had a bulletin put out today that was available. I think all of them have been grabbed up, but it has the schedule of events for next year. All that information has been presented. I'll be getting that out through other means also shortly. So things are moving along. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, Skip, for your report. Kate, you're on deck. Thank you.
You going to try this?
No, I won't. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is indeed a privilege to be here in more ways than one. The end of January, I had my doubts whether I would make it to be here. Thanks to all your prayers and calls and everything, even actual paper cards. I didn't realize anybody sent them anymore. And it's like I said, I had so many of the calls and stuff, I didn't realize there were that many people that I hadn't aggravated over the course of my life. But I owe a special thanks to the first five. Oh, yeah, and I also got my WD-40. I owe a special thanks to the first vice president and second, they filled in numerous banquets and anything else. All I had to do was call up and say, I got an invite to so-and-so, and can you make it? Oh, yeah, I can make it for you. And a special thanks to Roger, who has driven me around. My report was filed electronically. It's extremely short. I made our Ocean City dinner and dance just for the dinner part. I didn't do any dancing. And I made the ladies' spring fling, spring conference, which in case none of you know, I wrecked my president's car that morning. My wife has said that I may drive when I'm 90 again, but not before that. And it will not be next week. But again, thank you for all the thoughts and cares and concerns, and thank these two guys. They've done an unbelievable job.
Thank you. Kate, our executive director, and our assistant, Lynn.
Good morning. Chairman Stager, members of the committee and guests, good morning. Greetings from the Crofton staff. We continue to handle the daily aspects of the association, including actively managing all of the grant initiatives, providing our web team with convention and main website updates, convention, vendor, and instructor correspondence, responding to website inquiries, social media engagement, tag applications, and participating in weekly legislative calls for both committee and statewide work groups. Want to acknowledge our media marketing manager, Stephen Jenkins, is here today. Stephen? And thank you for keeping Mike Alfieri, one of our SAFER coordinators, in your prayers as he recovers from his medical issues. My report was filed electronically. I do have an email out to our web team as well as Austin to try to get the reports up. They are posted. Richard does see them on the website, but for some reason they're not showing. So as soon as I get a feedback from the web team and we get that updated and figured out, I'll let you all know. Current SAFER grant, I'll just go through my report quickly. We did have a moratorium that we put in place at the end of February due to federal funding issues, but that funding issue has been resolved. We are back in business as far as finishing out the rest of our SAFER grant, so we're excited about that. The grant does end November 30th. There will not be an extension. They've just basically told us that whenever the grant runs out, it runs out, and not to expect anything further. We were also told not to expect the new application to open anytime soon as FEMA starts to figure out what their realignment is going to look like. We are moving forward with our projects that we've had the whole time during our SAFER grant, which would be the final round of event marketing. If you have a department that is interested in the event marketing, which is the tent, the tablecloth, and other associated items, please let me know. We only have a few left because out of 30, I think we have about 25 applications in already. So if you have a department that really needs the event marketing, please let me know. The roadside marketing campaign, we're going to do one final campaign that will go on throughout the state. I will update, once we get the contract, I'll be able to tell you which locations. The completion of this year's CTE program for Frederick and Queen Anne's County students for the CTE program, this will be the final reimbursement through June, because we're not going to obviously start a new program if we're only going to be able to provide funding for September and October. So come June, it'll be wrapped up. Several remaining Maryland Fire Chiefs trainings. They're supposed to be getting me their schedule of whatever training they have left for the rest of this year. And the creation of the online directory. That was postponed due to the funding issue, so now we're back up and running to get that up online. So when Charlie is finished with his updates on the directory, we'll be able to go in and update that in real time. In my report, and I'm not going to belabor with all the numbers, but it does have the Maryland Volunteer website report. So it goes through the leads, it goes through the engagement, it goes through how many people have visited the website and have expressed interest in becoming volunteers. If you have a profile, and please make sure that it's up to date, please make sure that the email that your leads go to are being watched and responded to. We do have a lot of people that will reach out to us individually and say, hey, I sent a inquiry to so-and-so department, but they never got back to me. So we're just really making sure that we're engaging with these potential candidates. We can't keep saying that we're low on volunteers and we don't have anybody coming to, volunteer with us, but have these leads go unanswered is kind of, it's disheartening. So please make sure you have somebody that's responding to those leads. I won't go over convention because we'll have our convention report later on in the meeting. And then if there's anything that needs to go into the weekly reports, please let me know by Thursday of that week so I can get it in the report. We continue to utilize that as our communications to our member departments, utilizing the presidents and chiefs from listing from the department. So this way everybody is getting it, and hopefully they'll just start distributing it to their membership. And I think that's all that I have. Lynn, do you have anything? Okay, that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you. And the information in the weekly report is greatly appreciated. Keeps everybody up to date, I think. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Secretary Doyle Cox, you're up. Chaplain's report's on deck. Chief Jack. You guys fight it out, says chaplain. Morning. There you go.
Okay, works now. You should have a copy of my. You should have a copy of my report as filed electronically. Just a couple of things. One, first thing is an action item. I need you to approve the minutes of the February the 22nd and 23rd meeting, which was held in Ridge. You should have received a copy of these minutes this week on that. The other thing is credentials. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for the work that you've been doing in the background, getting the credentials in. As it stands right now, we have 230 companies that have responded out of the 348 member companies. Still a little ways to go. We have some larger counties that have not reported as they should have, and we have some counties that they have completed all of their submissions. So, any work, anything that you can do to help to get this taken care of would be greatly appreciated. And if anyone needs any help with them, making calls or whatever, let me know and I can go from there. As we approach the convention, if anyone needs any special, any committee or whatever needs any special plaques, certificates or anything for individuals, let me know so we can get that taken care of and have them ready to be presented either at the ocean or by you at a later date. And just a reminder of the companies that are celebrating their 100th, 125th, 150th anniversary. Go from there. Any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
We need a.
I'll make a motion that we accept the Ridge.
Okay, you got it. Motion by Eric and second by Tim Dayton to approve the minutes from the Ridge Executive Committee meeting on February 22nd and 23rd. Any questions? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you, sir.
Motion approved. Thank you. I see the chief chaplain won out the argument over there. Thank you. You could have brought him for backup.
Good morning. As my report was submitted, just highlights of my report, 11 special tributes in Ocean City this year, 485 members will be memorialized. I had the opportunity to attend the First Responder Center of Excellence Mental Wellness and Suicide Prevention Symposium in Nashville. The greatest thing I got out of it, besides the good speakers, was 2 psychologists, 1 clinician emphasized the importance of having chaplain in the fire service. We're looking at full health of an individual, physical, mental, and spiritual. So I encourage you folks to, if you don't have a chaplain, to please get one. Since coming back, I created a resource page of IT folks. So if you go into resources, there's a link to the new behavioral health page with a bunch of resources on it, and we'll continue to add those on. And I'll also continue to have resources under the chaplains page as well. And I've already submitted my first report to the Trumpet, and we'll have more reports coming from this conference in the future issues of the Trumpet.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Thank you, sir. President Sherry, you're up for if you have a report, and then your 2 vice presidents next.
Guess I really don't have a report. Is it on? Okay. Hello. I don't really have a report. I've just gone to all the meetings I can in the county, in the state, and I look forward to more. Thank you.
Thank you. Senior Vice President. If you want, you can come to this table out front if you want to. Turn it on the bottom.
All right. I'm just delighted to be here because what's important to MSFA is important to LA MSFA. So we're glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Junior Vice President. Thank you. The Bessie Marshall Fund, Lori, or there you go, Sharon, past President Sharon Work.
It'll take me longer to get down and back up than it will say the report.
Exercise class.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank everybody for the hospitality that we've been included in. It's just absolutely wonderful. We have processed 29 cases so far this year for over $30,000. Our money certainly doesn't come in as quickly as we put it out, that's for sure. We get a lot of our money at Ocean City because the Ladies Auxiliaries do events all year long and then bring the check to Ocean City. But we really need the lottery tickets and the raffles that we do sold, and we need your help to do that. Every fire company is sent 10 of those tickets. It would cost you $50. And if we could get the majority of companies to send back that $50, it would go a long way in supporting this fund. When I read these cases, some of these things are so sad that your brothers and sisters in the fire department are going through. This year we have a person with a permanent paralysis. He's in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. And they need this money. And it's the greatest thing that the Ladies Auxiliary does, in my opinion, is this Bessie Marshall Fund. But we need the support of every fire company and every Ladies Auxiliary, across the state of Maryland. So please, today, we always raffle a little something here, the raffles that Lori gave me, and she couldn't be here today and because she had to work and they wouldn't let her off. But the raffles that we have today are just raffles that will go off at Ocean City. They're $5 a piece, so if you can support any of that. And any of you who don't have a Susan pin on, they're $5, and I got them back there if you want a Susan pin. But we do appreciate your support, and your brothers and sisters in the fire and the EMS service appreciate your support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Richard, I think you turned me off again, but I got the green light on. No, he's turned me off. There you go. Thank you. He said you're trying to mute me, so okay. Mark, you have to run the rest of it. Let me see who's next. The fire prevention ambassadors, are they here today? Okay. Okay, thank you. Board of Trustees report. I got a text from Jeff, who said he couldn't be here today because of the Southern Maryland Convention, but they did not have any claims or any injuries or line of duty paperwork to go over. So if you need their services, just make sure you contact the trustees. Attorney's report. Mike, you're up.
Good morning, everybody. Did everybody in the executive committee get the proposed changes to the disciplinary policy? Okay. That was the primary thing I wanted to report on today. We've had the disciplinary policy for about 8 years. It was time for some updates. Basically, reporting requirements, timelines just needed to be a little tighter. So I made those suggestions. Are there any questions? That could be added as an action item then at the end, either now or at the end of the meeting. I would like to thank Ron Block. I had him review an early draft of that, and he had several good suggestions. And also Chairman Steger offered a couple of suggestions as well. The second thing that I wanted to offer this morning is that with everything going on in Washington, all of the executive orders and potential changes to regulations, we just have to keep an eye out to make certain that none of that is going to impact what we do or grants that we apply for. So I keep reviewing those, but I'm just one person. So if anybody sees something and recognizes that we need to tweak one of our policies or potentially have any bylaws amendments, keep that in mind, keep an eye on those things. We don't want to lose out on potential grants because we have 4 or 5 words that are not preferred in some of our documents. So keep an eye out for that. The final thing that I have this morning is that some of the legislation that was passed in Annapolis this year, Mr. Phillips is going to talk about it later, involved a presumption for the state PSOB benefits, not for trustee benefits. I have authored a memo that I sent to the trustees so that they have some guidance on that. Any questions? All right. I have some child care issues later today, so I will be leaving by 11. If anybody needs to touch base with me, please do so before that.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or anything, motion for the update to disciplinary policy? Do you have any comments or anything?
I've already submitted them to the attorney. I don't remember exactly what they were. It's been quite a while ago.
Why make those changes?
Thank you, though.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just FYI, the presidents have looked over the proposed disciplinary policy changes. The presidents absolutely agree with the changes, feel that they're excellent, and thank the attorney for keeping up to date, keeping us even up to date on these policies. I know we put this into effect 8 years ago, and it looks really good. So thank you very much.
Okay, got a motion from past President Eric Smothers and seconded by Chip Jewell to approve the updated revisions to the disciplinary policy. Any further questions on it? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Pass. Motion passed. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Appreciate that. All right, we're going to start with our parliamentarians. We don't have either one of them here today. So we got Chief Harv Woods filling in if we have any problems. So I know he doesn't have a report. So we're going to move on to our partners. And we have, as soon as I find my sheet, but I know Mifrey's up first, but I can't find my sheet. Mifrey, Director Mike Cox, Maryland State Police Aviation. Nope, sorry. We got the MDOT is on deck, and then Maryland. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, sir. Check my email. Thank you.
And if we are ready. All right, I submitted a report electronically. You all should have copies of it. I'll just go over the highlights of the report. Some new numbers we were able to shake out from the EMT program. The number for 2024 was just an average of the first test. It didn't include the second test. However, I have the new numbers from 25 in there. You can see it's about equivalent to what last year's was, except for the second test. So the second test is a bit higher. Just keep in mind that's only 28 of probably the 50, 55 classes that are run. So all those numbers are not in yet. But the numbers we have so far are up to 81% pass rate on the second attempt. So National Registry is still hovering around 74%. So we're even with, if not a little better than that. So remember last meeting I talked about the third test data is difficult to get, and I think it's skewed because we don't have the students when they do the third test. They're completely out of our program, and we don't have access to them no more. So it's not accurate, so I didn't want to report that anymore. So just to let you know. So there's some personnel changes going on at MSFA. I have some acting people in place in various positions. The Southern Maryland Regional Coordinators has Ed Rashinkas filling in down there for us as the acting coordinator. The State Program Manager Jeff Fleming is filling in as acting Western and Southern Maryland supervisors, and Planning Section Chief has Bob Midkiff in it. So we were recently notified by Diane May, our Planning Section Chief, that she will be stepping down as the Planning Section Chief effective in 4 days. So Bob will fill that role for her. Thank goodness Diane has done a wonderful job for us, and she's not going too far. She has agreed to still help out with projects and get back to doing some teaching and everything for us. So, but we've appreciated everything she's done for us in her 5-6 years with us at MIFRE. EMSOF audit, all the partners went through, and I'll let some of the others speak for that, but on our part, and I think on the part of the entire audit, no findings, so the EMSOF funding was being used appropriately and effectively. Strategic planning, I wanted to mention that we'll be entering into another strategic planning process, and I just want to remind our partner agencies that they will be receiving some surveys about MIFRE to be completed in the very near future. So they should have them probably by the middle part of May. Instructor recruitment, we're still doing that. Talk about that at every meeting. Just folks need to be 21 years of age. They need to have 3 years of experience in the field that they want to teach, and they have to be in good standing with the department or sponsoring agency. So, in fact, 2 weeks ago, there was an instructor enhancement program that went on for all the instructor candidates in College Park, and beginning last night and through the weekend today is the actual skills testing. So I am eager to find out how many folks get through that and become new instructors for us. I was pleasantly surprised to learn that there was a total of about 60 people that were interested in the skills enhancement. I don't know that that many people will do the actual skills testing, but they did show up for skills enhancement to see what it was all about. The MICRB last met in February, and that was the 201st meeting, and at that meeting there were, at the conclusion of that, there were 792 state emergency service instructors, 268 instructor evaluators, 16 instructor trainers, and the next meeting of the MICRB is in 2 weeks. It'll be held May 14th at Miffrey College Park. We still see some instructor trainer issues. That number continues to go down. It was a few months ago as low as 14. It's back up to 16 because a couple of folks had re-entered that hadn't recertified. And as you know, we spoke about it at the last meeting in Ridge. We did, the MICRB did come up with a proposal to train folks to be instructor trainers outside of, or create a second track for them to be able to do that where it doesn't require them to have the college education that is listed in COMAR. So we have not received a answer back from the Maryland Fire Rescue Education Training Commission on that yet. And I thank you. I was informed that based on the executive committee's questions and the vote they took last meeting, they sent a meeting to the Maryland Higher Education Commission. So we thank you all for that, and hopefully we will know something by about the time Miffrey Tech meets again, which is going to be in June in Ocean City. Short courses are still on the schedule. We're still participating in the OSHA 1910-156 emergency response standard, as many of our other partner groups are. Some interesting seminars and training coming up. There's a vehicle extrication class that is being sponsored by the Early Heights Volunteer Fire Company in Anne Arundel County. That's May 15 through 18. We're taking care of the registration for that. There is no fee for that. I believe they're bringing Ron Moore from the state of Texas up to do the extrication, and I think it's alternative vehicles, small vehicles, and heavy vehicles. So anybody that signs up for that or might be attending that, please make sure they bring their turnout gear because it's all practical work, and that the fire company is providing lunch each day for all of these students. There's on May 17th in College Park, there's another seminar. It's called the Science of Vehicle Crashes. So there's been a lot of good feedback out there. We reached out to the folks, grabbed them, and had them come to College Park to be able to put on a seminar. That is a classroom program. And then there's a pipeline emergencies class that'll be held May 31st in College Park, another seminar. Last but not least, I think I mentioned at the last meeting, but there's changes to the oversight of the state's IMT team. Where the oversight was with MEMA, and that oversight is being moved to the steering committee of the Maryland Metropolitan Fire Chiefs. So without that, Mr. Pat, you have something?
Yes, I just want to cover the revised programs. We're currently in the process of revising 20 programs due to updated standards, and we would strongly encourage you to mention to instructors or others who may have specific expertise or interest to participate in this program. When we do revisions, we don't do them behind closed doors. We include everyone. We try to get all the metropolitan academies to participate, and we strongly encourage instructors and others to step up and participate in this process. So please, please encourage them to do that. We don't usually get a very good response. People love to come back afterwards and complain about it, but are not very, they're interested in being part of the front part of this, making it work. And as you know, when we put these programs together, they have to meet a number of standards, both nationally with the NFPA Pro-Qual standards, as well as requirements from the pro boards for accreditation. And then we also work with the state certification body on this project. We also have to work with the publishers to make sure we get the materials that will match up with the programs. A couple things in particular. Firefighter 1, there's been a major change in testing. We no longer do cumulative testing. It's broken down into 3 modules, and the students are only tested on that portion that they did in that module. So in other words, items from module 1 are not tested in module 3. We're hoping that that's going to be helpful to our students. They're still going to be tested on all the elements. It's just when they're tested. All right? But that hopefully will help out a lot. The work group working on independent learning is progressing, and this is for some kind of a blended learning for the primarily fire officer programs. We'll look at any others that might work. It's not going to work at basic level program, entry level programs. It's not going to work where there's significant hands-on. So we don't know how you do that. But we will be looking at it, and this is something that this organization and others has expressed interest in. So we're working on that at the present time, and our hope is that Diane will stay with that group, and I think she will, to work with that and through it. One of the questions that we do get quite often is the length of our programs. The programs are too long. Please, 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 whatever you want us to take out of the program, please share it with us. Now you have to understand that there is a minimum national standard. Our programs typically do not include any items beyond that. But if the fire service or others wants to see the programs, things removed from the program, we would be certainly willing to entertain that. But please understand that can affect whether or not the students are prepared or qualified for certification. But I know this is an issue that has come up repeatedly, and I certainly understand it, but much of it is kind of beyond our control. Recently, we had a complaint from the Metro Fire Chiefs about this, and looking into it, they were complaining about the length of our program. Our EMT program is 207 hours or so. Their EMT program is 400 hours. We had nothing to do with that, and they're saying that's what they have to do to get their people to be successful. We certainly understand that, but it had nothing to do, despite their complaints, with the length of our program. But I realize that there's a great deal of sensitivity to that, and anything we can do to get these numbers down, these hours down, we would be willing to do. And if anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to try and entertain them.
Not a question on that particular issue, but Chief, I just had a situation this past week of a class that couldn't get off the ground. And one of my deputy chiefs calls, says, I'm going to have 2 people put in. They already have the class. Go ahead and authorize them that night so they can get in class and get the class off the ground. Literally, the one person finished the class last week. I have a little bit of an issue. We didn't do it. We said, let's go through the process so if we can recruit more people. The county was gracious enough to put out to all the stations. Is this something that's being allowed, encouraged, or not, or discouraged? I'm not comfortable with it, particularly since I hadn't talked to the 2 people that supposedly were willing to take the class again.
We're not encouraging that at all. We are working with every jurisdiction, and we have to have some minimum, and we do. However, the director has waived those minimums on a number of occasions in order to make sure that classes are run. Now, one of the things we can't do is we can't do a firefighter 1 program with 3 people in it. It's not safe. So that kind of thing, but we do, and we are doing them, Chip, with in a number of cases below the minimum requirement of 15. We will do that, and we have done it repeatedly. So if there is a problem, if someone would let us know. One of the challenges, however, is we still run into the situation with, well, I'll take the class if it's out in the county, but if it's run in Frederick, I'm not going to take it, or I'm not attending it if it's at this firehouse or that firehouse. Those things have existed for a long, long time, and they still are out there. To the extent that we can encourage people to minimally travel to get to a class, it's appreciated.
Yeah, and I totally agree, understand, and have been an instructor. I was just very concerned. I had one of my officers expecting me to, just tell them it's okay. One person literally finished a class last week. So, and our county has also offered to run it as an academy class in situations. So, again, I just want to make sure that when these situations occur, follow the process. Don't try to circumvent the process.
Right. And one of the other things we do too, Chief, is we're trying to be as customer serving as possible. I understand from the students' side that, it might be months again before they might be able to get in one in that area. So we probably, like I said, Mr. Pat just said, we can't run a class for 2 people. We will make exceptions for some that's a little more than that, that's under our minimum, to make sure that folks can get to class, especially in some of the outlying areas in the state. But one of the things we will do, and I just did this in Baltimore County a few weeks ago, it came across my desk, that they had a pumps class that was running. Well, there was 2 people that didn't get into class. There was 27 on the list. The cap for that's 25. It come across my desk. I said, put the other 2 people in there, make it happen. If we have to have one extra support instructor for one night or 2, that's okay. We can make that happen. So we're trying to be as customer serving as possible. Yep.
Mike or Pat, I think one of the other issues that we've discussed many times too is, and it comes back to the failure rate of the classes in both the EMT and some of our operational classes too, because we still have students, and maybe this is a message that still needs to get out, that the students actually got to open up the book and not bring it back with the cover still on it. I mean, we've worked hard on both sides for both EMS and operations, I think, over the last couple of years. But the students have actually got to open up the book. They think that sitting in class that they can just get it verbatim from the instructor, and that's not the case.
Yeah, we actually had 2, this just happened a few weeks ago. 2 of our most seasoned instructors have been teaching a pumps program forever. We're teaching a program, and they went to take the exam, and just about the whole class failed. I think only 10 out of the 25 had passed the test. And they were all up in arms about it. We had our QA, QI folks go back in, make sure everything was in order and in line, and the processes. So the testing, was solid. So we circled back to, and we asked the instructors, did they read the books? Oh yeah, they read them. So, okay. Did they look at the study guide? Well, I don't know about that. So we sent the study guide back out to everybody. Please read the study guide. They read the study guide. They went back and tested. 14 of the 15 then passed. So 24 out of 25 ended up passing the class. But it's exactly what you said. Sometimes they don't put the time into doing what they need to do.
Well, and I think that really needs to come back to the encouragement of the departments, that the mentoring, once you enroll a student, you've got to follow up with that student.
Absolutely.
And I think that's lacking from some of the departments. It's not always a MIFI or MIMS issue. It really has to come back to the departments. And we have a mentorship program. We've developed that to help folks out there that were struggling, trying to figure out how to be that mentor within a department. So we really need to capitalize on that, I think, to help our pass rate. And we won't hear as much, I don't think, but I think the encouragement needs to go back to the departments and develop some mentors within.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Director,
Go ahead, Tim.
you're exactly right. The exact same thing just happened probably a week ago. Lady second guesses herself and stuff like that. It's like, go back into Canvas, get the study guides, and use those. And she went in and passed. The tools are there.
Yes.
You just have to open up the box. But no, I applaud you. Like I said, that's a week ago. That exact same thing happened, and it works.
Yes.
It works.
It does. Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Chairman?
Hold on, Dave's got his hand up.
You might not. Of the 792 instructors, how many of them are actually different instructors?
We have approximately 500 of them. So when you're on the subject, David, of the instructors, one thing to keep in mind is that there's only a 60-hour requirement over a 3-year period for somebody to teach. So we might have 792 total instructors in the state now, but many of them only teach 60 hours. And I would say, what do you think, Mr. Pratt? There's a lot of them that get to 60 hours just in support work, right? They're not even leading.
I would give it a good portion of those that only take support hours.
Exactly. Absolutely correct. Yep.
We're talking about classes not going because of not meeting minimum requirements, but we also have a problem, and as I'm sure you acknowledge,
Yep.
of classes not being able to start because you don't have instructors.
Yep.
You have some instructors that are burning out that are teaching 52 weeks a year because they're reaching whatever it is there.
Yeah.
I guess other than recruiting more instructors, I guess I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, and that's what we recognize in the MICRB when we were going through a lot of this stuff and watching the instructor trainer numbers fall. So it would be nice, even if we had 1,000 instructors, we'll still have that same problem, but the percentage of instructors that'll be available to teach will be more because the pool will be bigger. And it's important to us to have that second track to train more instructor trainers so we can get more people to become emergency services instructors in the state.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
MDOT, Kevin Fox. I don't believe I've seen him. Okay. Maryland State Police Aviation, please. Richard got me cut off again, so I can't talk.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. So the updates, we're talking about personnel. Currently, we're running about a 22% vacancy rating for sworn and just over 9% civilian vacancy rating. We're down 7 helicopter line pilots at this time. The fleet status, we have 3 aircraft in heavy inspections. We're installing $2.6 million aircraft fleet radio, Access PNG wireless intercom system upgrades. Also, we have a new mission management system procurement underway. These are all updates that have to be done periodically. The whole blood program that started in May of 23 continues on. Program totals since inception, 252 units administered to 194 patients. For 25 total units of blood administered, 34 to 23 patients. Thus far, no transfusion reactions. Whole blood protocols are working well in identifying patients who need pre-hospital transfusion. Vast majority of patients are requiring additional blood after hospital arrival. These patients are in deep shock and have an initial mean shock index of 1.53. The mean shock index of the whole blood patients shown a mean improvement from 1.53 to 1.08 upon hospital arrival. We had initially estimated 1 to 2 patients per week would require it, and we're averaging 1.9 patients per week since inception. Breakdown of injuries, vehicle or pedestrian mishaps are about 71%, penetrating injuries 16%, other causes 13%. MSP is awaiting institutional review board approval to obtain data regarding the specific injuries and outcomes of these patients in order to better assess the impact of the treatment, but we're feeling very positive about it. We have a program coming up, a one-day Stop the Bleed program. It's part of the National Stop the Bleed Day, Thursday, May 22nd, 2025. It's a public outreach event co-sponsored with the University of Maryland Shock Trauma and MSP Aviation Command Trooper 1. It'll be at Martin State Airport. It's going to go from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. You should see some media campaign going on with it now. The mission totals for 2025, Trooper 1, EMS completed 76, law enforcement 9, SAR completed 7, totals 95, missions completed. Trooper 2, 112 EMS patients, law enforcement 12, SAR 7, and 129 total missions. Trooper 3 is got 86 EMS patients flown, law enforcement's 9, SAR's 3, and a total of 102. Trooper 4, 60 EMS completed, only 2 on the law enforcement, 3 on the SAR, and totals of 77. Trooper 5, EMS completed 45, SAR completed 7, and totals of 80. Trooper 6, 75 EMS completed, and 2 SAR completed, 88 on the total, and Trooper 7 coming in at 102 patients, 3 LE law enforcement, 6 SAR, for a total of 121. Notable events: MSP Aviation conducted instrument flight rules landing zone validation testing in March, Northside Park in Ocean City. This critical step ensures the Aviation Command can safely land during low visibility weather, expanding the areas of emergency response capabilities. When operational, training will begin for providers of mutual aid partners, ensuring personnel are fully prepared to serve in any conditions. On April 20th, Trooper 5 assisted Warren County, Virginia with the hoist rescue of a climber from the Buzzard Rock area who fell approximately 60 feet, suffering severe lower leg injuries. And some sad news report, if you have not heard already, Sergeant Christopher Tappan from the Baltimore section passed away this month following about a 7-month battle with cancer. That's my report, sir.
Okay. Richard got turned me on again. All right. Can we get a copy of your report so we can file it?
I will update one for you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I got a couple.
All right.
I know, Lieutenant. It's, it's...
Can't get rid of him, can you?
No. It's like a bad penny. One of the questions that keep getting brought up is where are we with the maintenance for our aircraft as far as expenditures, overages this year? Are we on a good plane to not exceed our yearly allotment that we're spending, or is there anticipated an overage that come out of the EMSOF fund for maintenance this year?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I think we're, is that me?
I'm not sure who that is.
I think we're pretty much on track.
Okay,
So
that-
we're pacing where we expect to be.
That's a question that always comes up, and I know you're trying to address that. And another one, we just had a partners meeting, was about the availability for aircraft when you deploy an aircraft for the one-offs that are out of state, like the hoist that you just talked about down in Virginia. It becomes a social media event about, why is Maryland sending an asset that everybody else pays for? I mean, we have a base sitting here in West Virginia, but we've always, since the inception of the program, have reached out to, or when there are resources not available that an area, state, or jurisdiction doesn't have, we've been able to send an aircraft if it was available. Is that something that we're looking to continue to do?
We have no plans to change our current operation. As you know, it's a good neighbor policy, 30 nautical miles, as long as they don't have an available resource. If we have the resource to do it, if we can help them, we will. One of the things that's facilitating more out-of-state requests to Virginia is U.S. Park Police is struggling to stay in service these days. They're out of service quite often for various reasons, whether it's personnel or aircraft availability. So I think we're starting to catch a lot more requests to the parks in Virginia, the national parks, that we may not have caught before because they handled all those.
Which I don't have a problem with. I mean, just before I retired, I did one of the medevacs right off of the Parkway down in Shenandoah, and we took it to transported it to Charlottesville to a pediatric center because they didn't have the resource. VSP wasn't available. I don't want to see us get into a media battle or where we don't provide those resources. And my rationale behind that is Maryland provides mutual aid via ground to multiple jurisdictions on a daily basis, whether we go to Delaware, DC, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and we don't stop those assets, and that funding mechanism is either a county asset, or the volunteers are providing money and resources, and we don't stop any of those ground-based units. Why should we hinder a resource when somebody doesn't have that? And I don't want to see us get into that trick bag. So, I think this is something that maybe MSFA needs to take a look at. So if you need support or help for that, I think we should be supportive of that. Granted that the money that we're spending for aviation comes out of EMSOF funds, and we're paying for that, but we have not, in my recollection, denied someone a mutual aid asset if they don't have it available. And I don't want to see us get into that trick bag. I mean, we have sent a helicopter as far down as the Ohio-Kentucky border for a rescue because they didn't have that resource. The military wasn't available. It takes a while for them to try to spool up that asset. And it just doesn't make sense to me that we would restrict somebody from that. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you.
Jason, you're up. And, sir, I didn't even try, did I? While he's coming up.
Look, folks, I just got to tell you, these new microphones were purchased to reduce feedback. Wait a minute. The way they do that is they expect you to do this with the microphone. Put the microphone up to your mouth. This thing is sitting here and then let your voice go up and down. You've got to talk into the microphone. What's happening is that as you're doing this, I'm sitting back here trying to go up and down with the audio to get it loud enough that the people back can hear it. Talk into the microphone, I won't have any trouble at all. Leave the audio low and they'll still hear it. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Chairman. I'll talk into the microphone.
There you go. You're going to be our inspiration.
That's it exactly. The voice from above now. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Executive Committee. I'm pleased to present the report and activities pertaining to the Office of State Fire Marshal. I did submit my report electronically, but I'll go over some of the highlights of my report for you. In calendar year 2024, there were 55 confirmed fatalities associated with fire in residential structures, 9 associated with vehicle fires, and 6 in other settings, for a total of 70 confirmed fire deaths across the state. You'll note that that number did change from my report that I gave you at Ridge, where we had 71 confirmed deaths. Through our investigation and data management, we identified that there was 1 death that was not attributed to fire deaths. So we did see a decrease of that number. So far this year, in 2025, you'll see that we have highlighted areas of Baltimore City, PG County, Anne Arundel County that are leading the state in our fatalities. That's fairly consistent with the trends that we see year after year. In 2025, we've had 17 confirmed fatalities associated with fire in residential structures, 1 associated with vehicle fires, and 2 in other settings, for a total of 20 confirmed fire deaths across the state. There are currently 7 deaths pending caused at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. For our activities for the year, so far to date, our office has handled 254 total investigations. That number includes fire, explosive, and other investigations. We've done just under 2,500 inspections, and our engineering team has done over 350 plan reviews for the state. And you'll see that, again, as last year, we're now starting to track and report the community engagement that we have with our office through public education, community risk reduction, and so far we're at about 30 events this year. I do have a summary of legislative matters that we were tracking and working with over the last session. However, I will defer to Chief Phillips, as I know he'll give you a very in-depth overview of those legislative issues. However, I would like to highlight that our work continues on 2 important legislative work groups that came from the last session. The first is House Bill 468, lithium-ion battery safety. Chief Fire Protection Engineer Ken Bush represents our office on that work group. And House Bill 823, which is the non-sprinkler pre-1974 residential high-rise. The work of both of those committees are ongoing. Our office does chair the high-rise committee, and we have representation from the Maryland Chiefs and from MSFA on that work group, and we appreciate all of the work that the members are doing. We expect our report to be ready and published by June of this year. Highlighting on a couple significant incidents, skip down to February 2025. It was just within Ridge that we had talked about having 3 multiple fatal fires within a 24-hour period. And I had the displeasure of reporting that to you. And I'm here again today to also report that during February that we experienced 3 double fatal fires within a 12-hour period across our state. So we had Allegheny County, Hartford County, and Anne Arundel County all experience those fires. For personnel issues, we have had a lot of vacancies, particularly on our civilian side. We're doing a lot of recruitment trying to fill those positions. The first position is a new position that would be responsible for Public Information Act processing and record retention, so that we can comply with all of the Maryland transparency and open government acts that there are. So we're hoping that we can fill that position. This is the second time we've advertised it. We've struggled a little bit at getting a good applicant qualified for it. The next noteworthy matter that we have is that of internships. Very pleased that with the partnership with MSFA, we have to thank you all for your continued support of our 2 internship programs. The first internship program would work with Ms. Teresa Chrisman on fire prevention and community risk reduction, and the second would work with the Fire Protection Engineering Services team under the supervision of Chief Engineer Ken Bush. Both of those intern positions did close mid-month in April. Unfortunately, we didn't get any responses from qualified applicants. So that was really unfortunate. We plan to reopen the process and try to attract more applicants. So if any of your member companies have interested students that are within your department that would fit the criteria, that would be amazing if you could send them our way, and they could really learn some important experience through our office working with our tenured staff, and it will set them up for a pretty good position within their higher education learning. I'd like to note that March of 2025, we did have the passing of State Fire Marshal Ruxton Bramble, 69. Ruxton worked for 22 years as a Deputy State Fire Marshal. He served as a bomb technician. He was noted for his dedication and bravery with a governor's citation and a Medal of Valor. He and other bomb technicians disarmed 87 bombs in a 36-hour period, and he earned 4 Fire Marshal commendations over his career. We did have a retirement back in February 2025. Senior Deputy Chris Fenzel of our Special Operations Section was assigned to the bomb squad, retired in February. He joined our agency in 2015, having previously worked at a local sheriff's office on the Eastern Shore for several years. During his tenure, he was assigned to our Lower Eastern Region office, our Upper Eastern Regional office, and the full-time bomb squad. He was a FBI certified bomb technician and an underwater hazardous device technician as well. So we wish him the best in his retirement. In March 2025, we were involved with the annual Public Fire and Life Safety Educators Seminar, and it was held at Mifree and College Park. The topics during the seminar included burn prevention in the home, falls, poison prevention, and a showcase of innovative preventive programs throughout the state. We had over 60 members of the state's CRR community attend the program. So I give a thanks to all those that were involved in that program, making it a successful again this year, and I know that they're actively working on next year's program as we speak. Interesting development within our agency is that the state of Maryland has assumed responsibility for the Pimlico race course. So this past month in March, our staff from the Northeast office went to Pimlico, and we were able to do a fire safety inspection of the entire facility in preparation for the Preakness that is mid-May. The OSFM staff is already engaged with the Maryland Stadium Authority over construction and renovation of the site for the new racetrack. Very important topic to note to the executive committee is that of NERIS and the impact that NERIS will have on the Maryland Fire Incident Reporting System. In March, the OSFM sent letters to all of our fire departments statewide to provide an update on the transition to NERIS. The letter included instructions on completing an online survey that collected information on each department's status related to record management systems, NERIS compatibility, and NERIS administrator contact information. We are planning for upcoming forums that will be regional, that you'll be able to meet and have an overview from the NERIS staff, from our office, and learn more about the transition. I do have to note that unfortunately the responses were very poor to the request for our survey. You know, and similar to our partner agency, Mifree, you know, we solicit involvement, we solicit input from our customers, in this case the fire service, and we get very little response to try to help this transition and to try to make it as seamless as we can. So it's a little frustrating that we just can't get the information from the fire service. At the end of April, our command staff will meet with the NERIS team at their office in Howard County for a Train the Trainer event to educate our command staff on NERIS so that we can provide outreach to the local fire departments regionally. Maryland Fire Department should be reviewing all the information about NERIS located at the hyperlink that I included in my report. February, the senior command staff from the State Fire Marshal's Office attended a Community Risk Reduction Summit in North Carolina that was sponsored by the National Association of State Fire Marshals. We are currently working on developing a statewide CRR program, which we will then coordinate with our local partners in the fire service this year. And with that being said, that concludes my report. I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have of me.
Mr. Chairman? Jason, can the executive committee help you in any way with trying to get that information from fire departments?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that if there's any outreach opportunities the executive committee can do, I know that that Kate does already include nearest information in the weekly bulletins that she sends out. So I think there's definitely an effort of trying to get the information through those channels, but I think we're at a point now where if the members of the executive committee can go out regionally and have those direct conversations with their member organizations, that would really be beneficial.
Can your office, with the data that you have, provide us like a breakdown for me representing Allegheny and Garrett? I can contact chiefs or members of those departments, because I think this is something that we need to stay on top of.
Yeah, you know, I can't underscore the importance enough of being on top of this nearest transition. It's coming. We have no choice. At the end of the year, NFIRS is going to be turned off. And if our member departments are not prepared, it's not going to be a seamless transition. And ultimately, that could affect their funding through the AMOS fund and their compliance. So it is a significant concern, and it's something that we need to get ahead of now, even though at this point we're already behind, to be honest. If departments aren't considering nearest and the impact that it's going to have on their ability to submit fire data, they're already behind. So yes, I can have my staff send out through the executive committee the list. What we could do is tell you who is participated in the survey.
That'd be great.
And so then you can look and extrapolate from that as to who hasn't.
Because like you just said, it's contingent on us by law receiving our 508 money, Senator Amos Fund. So I think for us to stay on top of this and make sure that everybody's aware of the importance of this, you know, and I think you indicated, and I know locally, a lot of the vendors that we use are the ones responsible for that opening into the NMERS system. So as long as you're staying up to date with them, I think you're okay. But I think what I've seen, the feds are looking at bringing Maryland on in September. That's not that far away.
No, it's not. And that is the goal, is that we would be one of the first adopters into the new system. And it's important to note, too, that for those departments that are already participating in the pilot program in Maryland, there are a few, that we do need them to continue to submit their data through NFIRS as well, because NFIRS is what we're currently requiring for compliance with the AMOS funding. So even though you may be submitting in the nearest system as a pilot test, we still need the data in the NFIRS system as well. And yes, you're correct that if you're already using a mainstream reporting system for your RMS for incident reports in the fire department, that system potentially, or more than likely than not, will be compatible with nearest. A lot of the major vendors are already doing the work to have the APIs to interact with the nearest system. There is a free option that will be cloud-based. So if your department, some of the smaller volunteer departments, may not have a full-blown RMS reporting system, they'll be able to use the cloud-based internet access portal through the federal government to do their submissions. But it's important to note with that is that it's not intended to be a report management system. That is really just data collection. So if your department depends on using that free portal to track your incidents and keep an actual incident report, that's not what this system's going to be. So you just have to kind of know going into it that it's going to provide the required data, but not the end result of a report that you can put in a file.
Yeah, I agree. I'm 100%. I have one other question, unless I've seen Kate walk up. I don't know if she has something with the mayors, but this is another question I have for you.
Yep.
They're doing a presentation on nearest at the convention. So
Good,
hopefully
good.
we can start talking about it now. Anybody that's going to get out there, make sure that they're at this Monday afternoon main program presentation. And if you can stress with Tom to make sure that everything you just said, it's coming as early as September.
Yeah, and thank you for that reminder, because that is a huge opportunity that we have for the fire service to get direct information from UL, the developer of the nearest system. We've, as an agency, been working very hard with the U.S. Fire Administration and with UL to be a good partner and to be an advocate for the nearest transition. So if you all can help get that word out and encourage everyone to participate in the survey, participate in the regional forums, participate at the convention, nothing more frustrating than to have the instructor or the representative for the entire country for UL Labs to show up at Ocean City and have an empty room. So I think this is a good opportunity for the fire department administrators for the nearest system on the career and the volunteer side to attend and be involved.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, that's a great idea, and we will put something together for you so that all the members will have a consistent talking points. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one other question for you. I don't see the chairman of the Fire Prevention Commission here. Can you tell us where we're at with the fire code? Where are we at with this thing?
Yes. So I can give you an update from what occurred on the public record. So a little bit of history. The Fire Prevention Commission started to review the 2024 edition of NFPA 1 and 101 about 18 months ago, or a little better, with a work group through our Fire Marshal Subcommittee. They made recommendations back to the Commission. Commission reviewed them and accepted them. And forward them on to the Department of State Police so that it could start the COMAR hearing process. It left the commission, went to the state police back over the fall. There were questions back and forth from the superintendent of state police to our office. Then it progressed on to the legislative committee known as AELR. There were questions right around the Christmas time frame from AELR in reference to specific nuances of the code, why NFPA 1 said one thing and 101 said something else. We were able to answer those questions for them as well. Over the course of the past couple months, the Fire Prevention Commission held 2 public hearings. Like so many other things that we've touched on today, they were very poorly attended. There was little input to the commission. There was only 1 public comment. The commission did hold a meeting this past 2 weeks ago. They reviewed the public comments and they reviewed the proposed code, and at that point they voted to reject the draft code and not adopt it. During the meeting it was referenced that there was an edit or a modification that the commission had intentionally put into the code to declare non-sprinklered residential high-rise buildings as an amicable hazard. And through the review process at the department, ALR, that was edited back out of the code. So they felt apparently that was a compelling issue, that they weren't ready to move forward with the code as was. So the proposed draft at that point was rejected. The commission did vote to basically resubmit the same code that they had submitted last fall with that amendment in it back to the superintendent for consideration. So that is currently where we're at. I did confirm with our Assistant Attorney General that we are okay to continue enforcing the 2018 edition of the State Fire Prevention Code. So that is where we are as of today, sir.
So we're still in 2018. We're not anywhere close to being up to date.
Correct. Maryland
Okay.
is, we are currently 2 code cycles behind, soon to be 3.
Other than that one little piece that came out, and I'm going to look to Chief Phillips. He spends way too much time in Annapolis. He knows that. what are we missing in this revision of this two-code cycle that we're behind that we should be looking at as far as issues that address Maryland and the citizens and the firefighters in Maryland? What are we missing? And then two, and this is where I think Chief Phillips, would we, this organization, be better off to say, let's take the little bit of the pie and then we'll work on the other piece? I mean, what are we missing, I guess, first?
So as we said, NFPA updates their code every 3 years. So currently we're on the 2018 edition of the code. There was a proposal to adopt the 2021 edition of the code. That also went through. All intents seem to indicate that that was likely connected to the residential high-rise sprinkler issue as well. And we did a review of the 2024 code. So to answer your question, what we're missing from the 2021 and the 2024 edition is pretty widespread. And it is becoming very problematic to code enforcement officials throughout the state, my office in particular. What the fact that we didn't adopt the code in this last cycle basically precludes us from enforcing regulations as it relates to food trucks, lithium-ion battery safety and battery storage facilities, cannabis extraction procedures, which I would note that I reported to all of you that we actually had a cannabis extraction explosion that nearly killed 3 people on the Eastern Shore just a few months ago. We have no code to regulate that as it stands right now. It actually is impacting our ability to do explosive licensing at this point for our blasters and explosive manufacturers. There is a explosive advisory board underneath of the state that's responsible to review and make recommendations on explosives, licensing, testing. And that advisory board is now multiple codes behind, which is impacting our ability to have a written test that is able to monitor and ensure compliance with current explosive standards. We can't update our test, we can't enforce those new things because it's not part of our current code. It also impacts certain things like the 2021 edition of the code. Unfortunately, all of our jurisdictions will see these large apartment buildings that are sprinklered in the living areas, but they're not sprinklered in the attic areas. 2021 code would require those sprinklers to be applied in the attic areas. We can't enforce that because it's not part of the state fire prevention code. So the fact that we are 2 code cycles behind is significant, and it is becoming problematic. My staff regularly reports challenges with design professionals throughout the state and regionally because they want to design engineers and fire protection engineers to the current standards, to the current technology that we have, and we're holding them back and making them use the 2018 code and all of the other reference codes that are part of that.
And this is where I'm asking Chief Phillips for his guidance, knowing Annapolis. Would we be better off to this group, the MSFA, to voice to the commission that let's take the code that was there, that everybody blessed and sent for a public hearing, and adopt that, and then let the group in Annapolis, if that's where the issue is or whatever, work on that small piece and give you guys the tools to do your job.
Hello.
Got a green light? Okay, the first answer would be, number one, this falls outside, I'm not going to say totally, but for the most part, the purview of legislature.
Right.
The ability to update and monitor these codes, because that's what they are, they're standards, falls within the Maryland State Police and the Fire Marshal's Office and our Fire Commission. Doesn't go back to the legislature. Now, can legislature involve themselves with this? Yes, they can. That would be a whole longer discussion than what we want to spend on today, I can assure you.
Okay.
Last night, there were several discussions on this particular topic as to what we do to move forward. How can we do this? How can we do that? Again, that's a pretty long discussion. But on the surface first, you're talking about regulatory authority and not legislative authority.
Okay.
And the regulatory authority falls within Fire Marshal's office and the Office of Maryland State Police.
Okay,
Would that be
thanks.
correct, sir?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you. Well, then, I guess the question is, does the MSFA get involved at this point and ask the commission or recommend to the commission that they adopt? So at least we have something and we allow these guys to do their job and enforce some of this stuff that it is a hazard to us and the public. I mean, he just said we had an issue where we about killed 3 people over on the Eastern Shore because they can't enforce anything. I mean, that's my question to this group at this point. Do we as the MSFA get involved and ask the commission? I mean, ultimately, it is their responsibility. It's like Chief Phillips said.
What I would tell you is this. Can we involve ourselves with the commission? Absolutely. As an advising agency or a friend of the court, if you want to use another term. You're dealing with a commission that's been appointed 2 terms to their terms. And like a lot of other commissions, maybe they've become comfortable with their position, but we can be a voice in changing that comfort. If we went in there and offered suggestions, it's at their discretion whether they listen to us or not. They don't have to.
Right.
It would be in their best interest to say that they do, but they don't have to. So we would be, it's just like in Annapolis, if you want to talk about this. We have to talk to the individual commissioners and let them fully understand where we're coming from. The commission as a whole, yes, but if I want to talk to, if I've got something before budget and taxation, I speak with the chairman first. I don't speak with the committee first. Then after I speak with the chairperson, then I'll speak with the individual members that I know can make a difference on that committee. If we want to do something, I would say that would be the appropriate way to do it. Talk with the chair first, and then make our point known to every commissioner on that commission that we are looking out for the public safety. That's what we're mandated to do, protect the public from itself in some cases, and from bad people in other cases. To answer your question, if we were going to do something, it's not necessarily going to be through legislation. It's going to be through the commission, and you're on the right track there as to how we would do it.
Chief Phillips, would you like to answer that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. What was it? I'd have to look it up. I don't know who sits with that. It has to do with the legislation, and it is outside of. Yes.
So the regulatory process for any regulation under COMAR would be that the agency would submit it to the department. The department then would forward it on to AELR. AELR would do the review and then send it back. So it's representatives of the Senate and of the House, so it's your legislature and those members there that would review all regulation. And then they have an opportunity to provide comment, questions, or edits in the process.
I'm looking it up for you.
Okay.
We're a little slow up here with the internet, okay?
Yeah, I can't remember.
You know,
It's up to us to hit that senator back home and say, what the hell are you doing?
Well, if you will, possibly this afternoon, I'm looking at this, appointed by the Senate President, Senators Hayes, Mounts, McKay, Muse, Smith, Sidnor, Wallstriker, West, and Young. You also have people from the House, Buckle, Charcodian, Holmes, Jacobs, Jones, McComas, Sample Hughes, Stein, and Williams. It does not say who the chair is. Just give me a second here. I'm not seeing that right off the top of my head, but I can find it for you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may add, I think currently we're looking at two significant or important issues in a singular form, and I think the path forward at this point can't continue to be that singular form. Can't look at it being the code and the residential high-rise amicable hazard as a package. Both have different benefits and address important risks to the citizens of Maryland and to the fire service. However, the nature of them, it would appear that the conversation would be better to divorce those two issues and advance them both separately on their merits. And I think at this point we have to acknowledge that non-sprinklered high-rise buildings are a concern. It is being looked at through the legislative work group that the legislature put together, and it's not an issue that I think anybody should minimize or not give its due consideration to. But at this point, the impact of not having two code cycles is pretty substantial to overall fire safety that affects all 23 counties across the state of Maryland.
Mr. Chairman.
So I need to go back to parts of your report. Earlier you spoke about 683 investigations, and 151 of those were arson investigations, if I'm reading the table correctly?
That's correct.
So currently your arson investigations are a much smaller part of what your agency does compared to what it was in years past?
So generally, with fire investigations, about a third of our fires that we investigate are incendiary. Generally speaking, industry standards, 33% are criminal or arson. The other 33% are typically your undetermined fires, and then the rest are accidental. So it's usually a third split with investigations itself.
Okay. And then back to nearest. As far as I know currently, and the attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, the law states that we have to submit NFIRS as far as 508 money. Now that it's called nearest, does that mean that we can no longer, that law is no longer in effect as far as the 508 funding and submitting of those since the name change?
I can give you the information if you'd like from the Attorney General's office, or if you want to defer to your counsel.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So yes, the Maryland legislation does refer to the Maryland Fire Incident Reporting System. It also refers to the reports will be submitted underneath of the policies and guidelines of the State Fire Marshal's Office. So the way it's written and defined, it allows us to create the criteria to submit what is acceptable fire data. If you take that, we're actually not submitting NFIRS as it is now. We're actually submitting NFIRS through the National Fire Incident Reporting Systems. NFIRS did exist, as you know, quite some time ago, and it had evolved from NFIRS to NFIRS, and now going to NERIS. So the guidance that we have been given is that we could take an approach to change the law to specifically refer to NERIS. If we were to do that, that would basically pin us into that particular system by law. And as you can see with the instability in the federal government and the uncertainty of various federal programs, it may not be a prudent step to lock us into that specific system. But if we continue as the law is written underneath of MFIRS, and then our agency defines what we consider as acceptable submission of that, we can do that through regulation and policy that the law already provides us. So there is two tracks. It is something that we considered and reviewed, and that was the guidance that we have gotten back, to this point.
I'm just curious if moving forward we should just, and again, Chief Phillips would have to comment on this, go in and just remove any mention of any program and just leave it as the Fire Marshal's Office would designate the process, again, to clear up any issues down the road.
That has already been discussed MDM started working on that last year.
Okay.
It's going to be words along the fact that whatever program is recommended or in use by the fire marshal's office is what MDM is going to recognize.
Okay. And then the last thing that I wanted to comment was, I know that the MSFA had an opportunity during the open comment period to submit comments. Did we do that? Are you aware of anything that came in from us?
So no, there was one public comment. It was not from the fire service or a public safety entity. I don't think anybody necessarily predicted or saw this coming and has in the past submitted comment either. But no, there's only one comment. It was not from a fire service entity.
So we had an opportunity to really take advantage of it. And then the second comment that I want to make is that when the commission, and again, somebody that's more senior than I can comment on this, but when the commission was established, it was established as a non-political commission. That's why it has a 6-year term. That's why the fire marshal is appointed the way he is, or they are. I apologize, they are. And I think that if we, as a group, interfere with that process, then I think what we originally established, again, to make it a non-political, we're doing it injustice to ourselves and to the group and the individuals that serve on the commission. And those are the comments I have.
Mr. Chair, yeah, since I was involved in those meetings and actually was part of that. No, I'm not reporting for the commission, but I think that what the fire marshal said is correct. That we've had some discussion after the vote. I actually abstained from that vote because I didn't like the way it was going. I think we have two different issues, and for me, as one of the commissioners, I think we need to separate the sprinklers from everything else in order to get the other legislation forward. The high-rise sprinklers is a political hot potato, not only for the commission, but I think for I'll say MSP, the elected officials and stuff, because of the amount of funds that some of the builders see that they would have to encumber with that. That's a separate issue I think that the commission needs to have with the legislators and the governor's office in order to try to move that forward. At the end of the day, we're trying to make sure that Maryland becomes safer. We certainly want to make sure that our buildings and high rises are sprinklered. We know what the potential is and the attributable deaths that we've had here in Maryland, and I think we have to put those numbers forward so that the legislators can see that we're trying to mitigate death here at the end of the day. We want to get people out of their structures, out of their buildings, give them time to evacuate their buildings in a safe and efficient manner. And some of the other things in that minutia with sprinklers is clouding the rest of that. So I think the best approach, at least from my standpoint as a new commissioner to the Fire Commission, is one, separate the sprinklers out of it and move forward with the other legislation to move that forward. And then have a good discussion. There's several work groups. Chief Phillips is part of one of those work groups, and work on that separate and apart of. We do have some commissioners' terms that are due to expire. I certainly am not going to throw stones at folks, but I think that we have gone down a path that is turned into politics, and that's not just from the commission, but also I think when we're talking about sprinklers, it's happening in the legislative side of the House too, because there's pushback from builders, high-rise association, condo owners and stuff about installing sprinklers in pre-existing buildings and the cost associated with that. So we really need to separate those two out going forward. That would be my recommendation to the commission, so that we can get a reasonable code and get things up to date so it doesn't hinder the fire marshal's office and cause catastrophic injury on the other side, because we didn't approve stuff for marijuana and fireworks and explosives and everything else. That is a hindrance to us. So we need to separate those two out. I agree with what our fire marshal has said. You know, and I'm certainly willing to start that conversation with the other commissioners, because that is a stalemate. And we did only have one written comment during the public comments. Because we opened that up twice, and that was the only comment, was to put the old language back in to include sprinklers in high rises, and that's why it failed. Let's be honest, that's exactly why it failed. So there needs to be some more education, research, and information provided to our legislative body if they want to go forward with sprinklers. Like I said, we have two committees, two commissions that were tasked by our legislative body to look into that. So that feedback needs to come back, and I'll leave it go at that. So.
Mark, how do we not get involved? You were saying about the commission being a non-political and stuff like that, but if we represent 300 plus fire departments across the state and we see these issues, how do we not get involved? I mean, how do we do that?
Well, I think this group, this association, certainly Chief Phillips and everyone else who goes to Annapolis on our behalf, for how many years fought that sprinklers were important in Maryland. Now we want to go to the commission and say, that should be your hang-up. I think we're sending the wrong message. I think the commission, which I served on and was part of that process with not passing of the first code cycle, is that sprinklers are going to save the lives of residents, are going to save the lives of our volunteers. So I think past President Worthington brought up an excellent point. These individuals who serve on the committee that Chief Phillips read off, who have denied this upgrade because of political pressure being put on them, according to Commissioner Smothers, from individuals with deep pockets, saying it's going to cost us too much money, we don't want you to support that. Again, I think that's wrong, a wrong position, number one. And like I said, number two, I think that it has become a political issue. And again, the fire marshal's office and the commission should never become a political issue. And again, when we established it for a 6-year term, it was not supposed to be a political issue. So again, I think we're going to send the wrong message to our member departments that we're not going to support the initiative that's going to save your life when you go into a burning complex.
I just was wondering where you were thinking.
Sure, no, I understand.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, the language was to leave the sprinklers in, but that's not the language that. Yeah. So.
Sprinklers are going to save the lives of our volunteers in Maryland, as well as the career service and those citizens. It's going to allow them time to get out of their burning building or their burning apartment or whatever.
That's correct.
And again, how much time and effort did Chief Phillips with the sprinkler trailer committee that we had for so many years, that we traveled all over the state, you know, again, pushing the issue about sprinklers and residents.
Tim, you asked about, if I could, Mr. Chairman, you asked about legislation. At this particular time, we have 2 studies going on that were requested by legislators. Now, they do have oversight, and they have the right to look into anything they want to do. At this time, I'm very sorry. We do have a high-rise sprinkler committee. It's been operating now for almost a year, about 3/4 of a year. I think we started in the fall. And there is another committee coming online This year it's been mandated. The Off-State Fire Marshal has got a part in that, as well as this association and the Maryland Fire Chiefs and the IAFF and the Metro Fire Chiefs, and that is single stairway buildings over 4 stories. So I'm using those two as an example that legislation or legislators do have oversight when they decide to use it. They've commissioned these studies to give them information on not just what the standard or the code says, but why it says it, and are there options? How do we take a look at the risk-benefit analysis, including all kinds of things, including cost, displacement of people, limitations on building buildings in specific areas, things like this. To that extent, if we were, and we've had a voice in both of these bills. The bill on the single staircase building was negotiated by Jeff Buttle with the IFF and myself, with the bill sponsor. He wanted the fire service to buy that bill to make it go forward. We worked with them. The voice was heard. We now sit at that table. Same way with the high-rise sprinkler bill. We had a voice with the sponsors, and we got seats at the table. The MSFA, as well as Maryland Fire Chief, the IFF, and the Metro. We work together collectively because these 4 groups represent every fire, rescue, and EMS person across the state of Maryland. Doesn't matter whether you get a paycheck or not. So are we doing something? Yes. We're working in the manner in which we can work. I guess we could go to our legislators and say, hey, look, we need to investigate this. They could commission a study. We could go forward like that. But when we're talking about the sprinklers, and that's where we started, I think the commission is the place to start. That seems to be the bottleneck right this minute. And so we start there. If it doesn't work there, then we span out. We find the other places we have to go. At some point in time, it's going to probably wind up in Annapolis. I'm not going to say that it's not. But why fight a battle you don't have to fight if you can clear the blockage ahead of time? And I think that's the direction we should work in first. That's just a personal opinion. Yes, we've worked on sprinklers. We had the residential sprinkler initiative. We've been working on it since 2012. In some cases, we are still fighting the concept of why do we put sprinklers in. This is off the subject, but it's going to tell you where our problem is, part of it. We're still fighting the argument of putting sprinklers in new residential construction. The problem is sitting in this room. The problem's right here. Because we got firefighters and fire companies that are still against it. And they're out there talking louder than we are sometimes. We still have that problem. So when we're looking in the mirror, we see some of the problem right here. Beyond that, I mean, that's a little off the subject, but that is what we're trying to overcome. Residential sprinklers, 22 years. Or 14 years now, I guess, 15 years. We've been working on this. The high-rise sprinkler thing, I'm going to go back, maybe 4 years on this now? So we're still in our infancy, really. We haven't even got to grade school yet. But we are diligently working on it. There's been a lot of compromise that's already been taking place. Will we ever see it? I don't know that we'll ever see it in my time fully implemented. I'm sure there's some younger people in here that might. But there's a lot of things to overcome. And you're not just talking about sprinklers. That's a misnomer. When we talk about a sprinkler system, that's the pipes that the water comes out of. But then you're talking about a fire pump. You're talking about a control panel. You're talking about an alarm system. You're talking about new water feeds. You're talking about generators, transfer switches. The pipes are cheap. The water doesn't cost anything even after it's used. But it's all the other stuff that goes into it that drives that price up. And when you're looking at making a building safe for people to live in, first you have to define acceptable loss. And then you get into wall coverings. You get into positive pressure stairwells. You get into what active control systems to operate this stuff. And how do we get people into these? How do we get people to close doors? What's the first thing you learn? Fire in a room, close the door. But we have people who have fires in rooms that walk out and leave the doors open. If the door was closed, it's a room and contents fire. 7 minutes to get a fire company there. 10 minutes, you're moving some water. Fire's out. How do we get that door closed? That's an education system we're still fighting with. So there's a whole lot more here involved than just a pipe that holds water. It really is. I'll get off my soapbox.
Thank you. Any more questions at the fire marshal? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Excellent information.
Jason, thank you. Sorry.
It's all right. It's an important topic, so thank you.
Come on, we got Mims up next, Dr. Delbridge, and shock trauma's on deck.
He yields his time.
Prospectively, I'm done. Good morning. Questioned out and you've worked out all controversy. I'm happy to update you on some stuff from MEMS, and I think we can combine this with a report from the State EMS Board. Chairman Stamp sends his regards. Director Cox mentioned the EMS Operation Fund audit. That's sort of the financial equivalent to a colonoscopy without sedation. All the partner agencies did extremely well, and there were no recommendations from the auditors, who are legislative folks that do this thing about every 5 years. By way of protocol updates, we're wrapped up filming of the online learning center program earlier this week. Protocols are in print. We should have that out in plenty of time for the MSFA convention in June. And obviously before that, so people can be ready to implement these things on July 1st. There are some substantive changes, but only a couple. Should be easy to pick up. I've talked before about the regulation update regarding licensure and certification. We have been doing this for a little over a year maybe. We had a hiccup last year and paused the process. That is going on well. We got through the AELR. The regulations out for public comment should be wrapped up before the board next meets in the second week of May, at which time it will be presented to them. And assuming it all goes swimmingly, they'll take effect for anybody whose certification or licensure expires after July 31st of this year. We will have the necessity to crosswalk people who have fulfilled the requirements for licensure or certification beyond that already, to be able to accommodate their educational endeavors that they've already completed with the new requirements, which are really represent a modest change. I'm sure that you all will talk about legislative stuff later on. A couple of things that MEMS was following closely that passed are that AEDs are now required in public libraries as of this year upcoming. We're working with the AED registry to make sure that we can track that. AEDs are already required in your favorite grocery stores and restaurants, so feel free to look for them if you're there and remind people of that. The way that gets picked up is when they're inspected by the health department. We were intensely interested on a bill that was sponsored by the Adult Protective Services people. EMS clinicians are now considered healthcare providers that need to report adults who are neglected or abused. We worked with them to make sure that there was a hotline that we could call that would work statewide and would count as a reporting mechanism, as opposed to having to follow up with local health department in the middle of the night when nobody answers the phone. That requirement goes into effect next summertime to give people plenty of time to get on board. And finally, we worked with senators sponsoring legislation regarding the use of buprenorphine in the field. There's now, or there will be, a $50,000 kitty every year for EMS jurisdictions, operational programs to pull down from to train EMS clinicians on how to administer buprenorphine to somebody who's in opioid withdrawal. And finally, we continue to pay attention to emergency department throughput. I represent the interests of EMS, as does Chief Danielle Natz from Baltimore County, on an HSCRC commission that goes until this time next year. And MEMS supplies lots of data to the commission every month, and we are constantly reminding them of the impact of ED throughput and wait times on EMS system performance. And I'll stop and assume there are no questions. Thank you very much.
That's a good one. Got one question over here, though.
Bad assumption.
you have an opinion on, is there enough ambulances in the county for us?
That's a tough question to answer.
Do you have data showing that we're counties running out of ambulances?
No.
Do you have data on how long it takes the EMS unit to get the patient to the hospital and the unit going back available?
Yes, I have detailed data that tells us how long it takes for EMS to become available once they get to the hospital on a per hospital basis.
So is that something I can ask for directly through your office?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. We report that information monthly to the HSCRC as part of the HSCRC commissioners' deliberations. They take our data and they transform it into a thing that is easily interpreted to determine whether hospitals are improving in performance or worsening on a month-to-month basis.
Are they graded or are they given a direction on, hey, how can you speed up that process? Because what's happening is we're running out of EMS units. And currently our fire chief is now saying we need 5 more EMS units in our county. And we can't get the data whether it's 24 hours a day or 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So we're trying to figure out some data information, whether it's us at the hospital or it's us in the field or it's just not enough units at all. And I would much rather be able to go in front of council and say, I need more funding for more EMS units than I would ever cut state staffing or take another position as a unit as service.
Yeah. I can help you with the hospital data. The data that's jurisdictionally relevant in terms of response times and time on scene and transport times, we rely on the quality officers of the local jurisdictions to manage that data.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think the other part of the hospital turnover for our EMS folks when they're coming in the door too is the fact that some of the patients that we bring in, they're held in the emergency department because they don't have staffing in the hospital. And that correlates to transport ambulances being able to do that quick turnaround. They're not gonna, even though you're in the door, your patient's still on the cot until they do that turnover, and that's why we ask our EMS providers to make sure that they're doing it right in eMeds and to do that on the eMeds to capture that. And then when they are in service, don't go to lunch and say that we're still sitting at the hospital. That's a very small part of it. But most of it is you got the patient there, and then they don't have bed space to move that patient somewhere else to where they need to be. And that's what's causing our backups. And I know Dr. Delabridge has been working with the hospitals to try to put that in the forefront, and they see that. And that's the question. How are they making that adjustment on the back end to turn our units around? And you're right, because Baltimore City's in that same category. Do I need to put more ambulances in because I can't get the ones at the hospital back in service? And that's where chats comes in, that you can look at in real time what the wait time's going to be. So it means we, by protocol, go to a different hospital. So.
Yeah, in the state of Maryland, there are a little over 2,000 emergency department treatment spaces statewide. On any given morning, between 400 and 700 of those spaces are occupied by patients who are done with their emergency department care but can't go to whatever's next. They can't get admitted to the hospital. They can't get a ride back to their skilled nursing facility. They're stuck in the emergency department. It's that capacity problem that creates the crunch. Expanding the number of emergency department spaces has been shown to not be particularly effective in relieving that crunch. The crunch exists on the back end of the emergency department inside the hospital. That's the point we're trying to make with the Health Services Cost Review Commission every month. I do have one more thing. Everybody's familiar with CHATS? The county hospital alert tracking system. CHATS we're going to try to make that go away within the next month. Before I talk to you again, it will be gone, I hope. We're replacing with something called the Emergency Department Advisory System. Instead of the hospital subjectively determining whether they're on yellow or red, it will be a score that they get on a scale of 1 to 4. 1 is an emergency department that's not busy based on the number of patients in the emergency department relative to the emergency department's capacity, and a 4 is an emergency department that's over 130% busy. It will also show EMS folks, they'll be able to pull it up on their phone. It'll show them the number of ambulances that are currently at that hospital and the number of ambulances that are currently en route. So they'll get a pretty good picture of how busy the ED is, where they're going. And if they have an option to go to a place that's less busy, we'll give them that opportunity to know that that's the case.
Thank you. Okay, we'd like to ask Senator McKay to come to the front, please. I think the president or the vice president wants to see you over there in the corner. Thank you for our presentation, and we thank you for attending.
There's the camera. All right. I think most folks know Senator McKay. You know, he's their senator for here in Allegheny County. And last year, when I was the president of the association, he really helped us out in Annapolis. Still is one of our biggest supporters in Annapolis, especially with our legislative issues with Chief Phillips. He took on a role last year, accepting the chairmanship of the EMS coalition that involves all of the department partner agencies for the fire service, Maryland Chiefs, MSFA, IAFF, and the legislative members in the House and the Senate. They're also part of the work group. They're able to sit there and listen to any of the legislation that goes through Annapolis, and they ask our input. So you ask what MSFA does. This is the kind of men and women that we get that want to pay attention and listen to what happens in the fire service, and they listen. So from me, from last year, sir, I've had this certificate for a while, and we just keep missing each other. But I wanted to just say thank you very much for assisting us, the fire service and EMS service in the state of Maryland. So this certificate's in recognition of Senator Mike McKay, the officers and members of the Maryland State Firemen's Association was last year, but firefighters now, offers our sincerest congratulations to the Honorable Michael W. McKay in recognition of being selected as chairman of the Fire, Rescue, and EMS Coalition. So on behalf of the entire membership, we want to say thank you very much and taking that honor on.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that.
Eric has already given you the history, so I don't have to worry about that. My connection with the senator came when we were both campaigning 3 years ago at the Allegheny Garrett County meeting. He was for senator, and I was going for second vice president. I'm not sure which one of us got the best deal. Senator, this is a proclamation of the Maryland State Firefighters Association. Special recognition presented to Senator Michael W. McKay for your dedicated support and service presiding at the Maryland State Firefighters Association Executive Committee reception yesterday's date.
shock trauma representative.
Sorry, Becky. Becky could not make it today, but just a couple of things that she brings up within our EMS, and we've sent out through the MSFA through Kate. There's been several Stop the Bleed opportunities here lately. They have been posted within the MSFA weekly newsletters. There's included some ones up in Carroll County. There's 2 dates for those. They also have included a Spanish option. And they did have a event on March 29th, an EMS trauma lecture series down there at Shock Trauma that went very well. So they're looking at adding more opportunities for that. And as we always say, please come and pick up your backboards. Pass that along. They have a backboard warehouse again down there at Shock Trauma and some other facilities. So please come down and pick up your backboards. Otherwise, they'll end up as bedding for someone potentially downtown in Baltimore or on a unit somewhere else.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Maryland Department of Forestry. MDM. Thank you, John.
Give you greetings on behalf of Secretary Strickland, and I'll give his report. As far as the VCAF, on the VCAF loan fund, Chesapeake City VCAF loan settlement took place on April 9th, 2025. As of March 13th, 2025, the available cash for VCAF loans is $5,495,203. The total fund balance, including notes receivable, $35,061 or $61,175. The AMOS fund, the fiscal year 26 budget includes $16.5 million for the AMOS fund as required by statute. MDEM will be processing payments on or about November 15th to get those out to the counties. I know there's been some questions from people from the different counties, jurisdictions about the distribution of the AMOS funds, and Secretary Strickland notes that if there are issues, to deal with your local jurisdictions first before coming to MDEM with any issues. We will take complaints if that's an issue, but you need to work with your local jurisdiction, your local government, your local elected officials to iron those things out. As far as the response coordination or SAR coordination task force continues to meet on a regular basis. We're up gearing for our FY26 full-scale exercise is going to be in Baltimore County, utilizing Loch Raven Dam and the Gunpowder Falls State Park. So we have good participation from all the jurisdictions. Encourage the MSFA to participate. If you're interested, shoot me an email. I know, Eric, you had some questions about that at one time. Let us know what we can do to include more folks in that, but most of the jurisdictions are represented.
No, I was going to say, I had my question addressed, so, you know, it's open to all the volunteers, and just, to me, don't just let the career jurisdictions take that over, because, you know, and we had some of that at the last one, so.
Right, I know Keona Black addressed your questions back.
Yes.
I think you got sufficient answers for that. But again, anybody's welcome to participate. We do have planning meetings regularly scheduled every month to plan for the full-scale exercise. As far as MEMAC and EMAC, we appreciate everybody's participation in any kind of mutual aid responses. Any MEMAC, which is in-state mutual aid, particularly covering for special events, i.e. line of duty, deaths, etc. So we really appreciate that, and we coordinate with all the jurisdictions on that. And that's really about all I have if anybody has any questions. And we did file the report electronically, so it's more in-depth report on that with those topics.
John, I have
Thank
one
you,
question. I see my former boss, Jack Markey's been appointed the statewide interoperability coordinator. And looking online, it appears I'm still on that committee, and we haven't had any meetings or anything for months and months or years. Is there a plan to reactivate that? I mean, I know after the Maryland First system went out, that pretty much took a lot of that activity away. But is the committee itself going to be reorganized now that we have because we haven't had a coordinator for probably a couple of years?
Yeah, absolutely, and there were a lot of waiting for that, for Jack to come on board as the interoperability coordinator. And as you all know, we took over working with the 911 board. Now they're under our department, so we'll get that. And I'll take that back, your question about the commission, back to Jack Markey, and we'll get the answer on that. Also, just while you're touching on the 911 board, the Next Gen 911 has been successfully completed for all jurisdictions. So really appreciate the cooperation and all with that. But with having our interoperability coordinating person, Jack Markey, I think we'll move things a lot further. But I'll take that back, Chip. And
Yeah, I was just curious. I mean, great guy, perfect guy for the job. But like I said, I know it's been dead for a couple years, really. I don't know, we haven't had a meeting in a long time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Would you mind if
you want to do the Maryland Fire Chiefs while you up there?
If I do Maryland Fire Chiefs, that's what I was going to ask. On behalf of President Bob Phillips, John Delina, First Vice President, just to give you a couple items, we had our annual meeting last Saturday, actually April 19th at Kent Island Volunteer Fire Company. We had election of officers. All incumbent officers were elected for a second term, so you can refer to our website for that information. And we also did our annual awards, pictures and all on our website with that. I'd just like to thank Kate and her staff for the safer issues we've been having. We did get money released. We have $71,000 and some change that our training committee is working with on that, going through up to November. So if anybody has any questions in reference to the Chiefs part of the SAFER grant, refer that to the training committee and training committee chair. If you don't get satisfaction, give me a holler and I'll look into that for you. But that's really all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Maryland Fire Rescue Memorial Foundation. I know Dennis submitted a report. Okay. We'll move forward with recruitment and retention. Bridget.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me give my report early. I do have another activity to attend later. During our last meeting, we did focus on efforts for the Maryland State Firefighters Association convention. What we've done is we've looked at different ways to help the departments. It was not attached to the email that I sent out, but I did bring copies today. With the help of Kate, we will be doing an initiative where we will be offering business cards to the members who attend the recruitment and retention booth area that kind of pushes people towards the Maryland Volunteer website, but then also gives them the opportunity to literally stick a individual department sticker on the back and be done and go. They don't have to do anything else. They would be able to just use it and go. And then the idea was, since the ducks are a big thing right now, was the one company that suggested this from Harford County, I believe she actually attaches her business cards to the ducks, and it gets the kids' attention, and then the parents end up seeing the card, and they have been very successful because they are tracking recruitment that we get from this particular card, and they've been successful. So we are going to try to move that program and make it available to some other departments to try to help them along. And we are going to make sure that we have resources for the departments at the recruitment and retention booth at convention as well. And we have a very good committee this year. Several of them have stepped up and said that they will fill in and help at the booth, since not too long ago, we weren't sure if the coordinators would be able to make the trip down. So we are going to help supplement their staff and have it covered Monday and Tuesday by different people from the committee this year. The one thing that we have to work on for next year is the Family Appreciation Award. We do have several nominations for this year. That award does not close until April the 30th, but we'd like to try to bring that award back and just try to define the rules and how it'll be presented moving forward after this year's convention. But I was very excited to see that people remembered we had that award out there and that we did receive the nominations this year. So we will be making a decision and getting all that information to Doyle after May the 1st. And that is all I have.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Thank you. Fire Prevention and Life Safety Committee, Teresa. I'm sorry I didn't give you a heads up, but.
Morning, everybody. Good morning. Morning, everybody. First off, I'd like to say thank you for letting us go today. I have some family commitments tomorrow. Cindy today is at the Purple Stride in honor of Barry for pancreatic cancer. And the two ambassadors are, I guess, working. We do know that Madeline has taken on a position with the Cecil County EMS. You can talk a little bit about that more. I don't know the title of it. So that's what she's doing. And I'll start off at the end, and we'll go through the reports.
Good morning, everyone. The 66th annual.
Yeah, talk into it. Talk into it.
I'm trying.
Talk into it.
The 66th Mid-Atlantic Life Safety Conference is a one-day featuring local and national speakers covering a wide variety of fire safety topics. They're straight from the experts. The date is Friday, October 24th at the Doubletree in Annapolis. Early bird registration is $75. After August 1st, it's $100. You can register at www.midatlanticlifesafetyconference.com. So on Facebook, facebook.com/MALSC/MD or MALSCMD. Accepting sponsors and presentations until 5/1, and also accepting nominations for the John C. Spiker Excellence in Fire Safety Educator Award and the James C. Jarboe Public Safety Lifetime Achievement Award. Nominations are due by August 1st, 2025. The winners will be notified by September 1. And if anybody is inclined to be a sponsor, Teresa and I both have sponsor packets. Thank you.
For the Miss Fire Prevention Contest, we are a little concerned. As of today, we have no applications for Miss Fire Prevention, and that does technically end on May the 1st. Teresa and I have talked this morning, and we are going to extend it a few days, but we can't extend it too long because their mandatory workshop does fall on the weekend of May 16th, so we can't go beyond that at this point. Something that we would like the executive committee to consider for the future, obviously it won't happen for this year, is to maybe open it up where we're not getting a representative from individual counties but individual companies, but then capping that because of the time frame that we have during convention to do the program. We would have to maybe cap it at a maximum of 10 contestants to meet our time constraints with the interviews and then having the contest done before the memorial service. So that is something that we are going to start looking into and bring back to this group, hopefully not long after the convention, to see if we can try to get a little bit more interest. One of the things we're running into is some of the counties have done away with their programs. And that is why we are not getting county-specific, but individual companies are continuing.
I hear a phone. Okay, so $5. So just a little update. I did put back in the report the rules for both the single and the year-long projects. I have started receiving them at the fire marshal's office. I meet with Southern Region tomorrow at the parade to take all the Southern Region programs. So far, we've received 4 Silver Spring Trophy nominations this year. I've had a couple of questions sent to me for clarity, and hopefully we'll get some more from that. So that's a big increase from last year. Just a update, working on the carbon monoxide alarms. We did secure all the alarms. They're in the regions right now. We're going to be labeling them with a QR code. They are the NOx 9100. Again, that's the one that speaks in English and Spanish. It is a standalone 10-year sealed alarm. Once that's out there, we will be working with everybody to have the understanding of how the alarm actually works. These also have the technology of the long life battery option, where once you activate the alarm, there's an activation switch on the back of those, and you actually start the 10 years from that. The people that designed the NOx alarm actually started working with Kidda, and they kind of created that technology, and they went to NOx, and they're now designing their alarms. What's also unique is they're in the process of creating a smoke alarm, which will be a big change for a lot of people also, giving it an English and Spanish alarm option. They're actually looking at French. There's like the top 5 languages, and the next one after that is supposed to be French, and then they have a couple that they're working with. But ultimately, it's a great alarm. And they have a low level of CO opportunities also, where some don't meet that. So that's a good thing for us also. The fire marshal's office is in hand with 1,000 smoke alarms, working with the community risk reduction weekends. The commanders are working actively with their local departments to secure areas to go and install that weekend for a CRR weekend in May. So please, if you haven't heard, if you want to be a part of it, get with your local regional commander, and they will be happy to assist with that. The community risk reduction weekends this year are May 17th and 18th, and October 18th and 19th. We're asking you to take those times wherever you can, even if you don't have alarms. Go find a community event and get out there and talk about fire prevention and education. I did have a meeting with the American Red Cross with the Get Alarm program to support more of the state. Baltimore County's issue has been rectified. They are now working with them with a better opportunity. Some of the regions in the state actually get the alarms from the Red Cross, house them. Ron Sollard told me that the guy up there in Baltimore, he deals with the Baltimore, Hartford, Cecil area, they give him the alarms and then he reports back. So we've created a QR code to go on all the alarms that immediately sends you to the Get Alarm Maryland program, where you can pin drop on the smoke alarm your address that you're in. It automatically picks up the signal to utilizing that ability. It's a free part. I told Joe, I said, we have to make this free. There are some apps where you have to put them on your phone, download it, and take space. This is Google driven, and then the new program that Joe is working with, it's going to be so much even better, so that once you type in the address, you place the location, you automatically see it on the map. So we'll be able to start sharing that with you also. And our intern, Ashley, this is her last month as our intern. As the fire marshal talked, we are actively looking for a CRR intern to do this, because also they're going to be helping with the nearest data. She has taken all of these smoke alarms that we've ever done for the bed shaker portion, and she has pin dropped them on a Google map. So she's going to give that information to Joe, and Joe's going to transfer that to the Get Alarm Maryland program, because his side wasn't done yet, so it got her a lot of stuff done. So she worked with the president of FABSCOM. He took all the information, gave it to her, and we broke it down into years so that you could see. and it started all the way back with Peggy Webb. So that just shows of how much and how many alarms we've done as a state. NFPA did release the national message will be done on June 10th on a webinar. Once they send us that information out, we'll get it to Kate for the weekly report and then get it out to everybody else. I don't know, they usually sometimes use sparky.org as a platform on social media, and then they have a standalone. I don't know how they're going to do it this year. They haven't told us. But once we find out, we'll get that out to everybody. Again, I got to tell everybody, please go to Vision 2020's website. Start working on some of their programs. They have worked with IFSTA to ensure the modulars give you the training hours that you might need for your company. They're 1 hour each, and it's a great program to utilize. Again, what the modulars are, it's community risk reduction. It's a 30-minute modular. It talks about the introduction of such. Modular 2 is fire and burn prevention. Modular 3 is preventing home injuries. Modular 4 is achieving model performance. Model 5 is communications coaching. And then Model 6 is introduction to youth fire setters, prevention and intervention. Currently, you can get the training hours submitted, and they'll send you back a certificate for each of the modulars, so you have the ability to showcase what you've done. They also have the sound off with the Home Safety Patrol, working with we are one of 20 states that currently has this program. We've showcased it, we've brought it, but we just want to keep telling everybody how important it is. So it's there for everybody to take. It's the YMI classroom, and the links are on the report. Again, we do not know what's going on with the United States Fire Administration. They've changed a lot of things going there. I did talk to a couple people there as to the aspects of our outreach efforts. I was told in the near future classes are going to be resuming, but I believe it's going to be the late part of May, June. Don't know what classes they are yet, but they are slowly bringing them. Plus, the Fire Act grants for fire prevention are supposed to be released soon too. They've asked for names to go forward as reviewers, so hopefully we'll hear something about that. And then they also have urban interface fire safety presentations that you can go online and watch. We've linked them also. And FSRI, again, they've changed their image, but none of the messaging has changed. The parent company of Underwriters Laboratory has changed their logo, but nothing has changed for their messaging, so we're good on that. And then working with the Carbon Monoxide Awareness Association, we have another meeting this week, and we will know what our next steps are. But talking to Chief Cox, we've been able to submit to them a specialized training that they're offering to HVAC technicians and to the fire service that was created by the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation. It's a great program. It's about 30 minutes long, and there's a little test at the end, but it's great knowledge for everybody. What's also unique is they're working with 4 companies that do the testing and standardized testing for HVAC technicians. And they're going to be issuing them a monitor, just like the fire service has monitors for CO, for the ambulance and stuff like that. The little safety CO monitor that goes on your clip, they're going to be issuing to the HVAC technicians as they go in and service a house, a residence. If CO is present, they'll know what to do, call 911, and that's a big partnership with them, and they've come a long way with that. And then working with Maryland Kids and Safety Seats with Tracy Whitman, they reached out to her. I gave them the information to talk to her directly. They're going to be a partner in a possible study for carbon monoxide in vehicles. North Carolina and Maryland will be the 2 I guess, test states to see how this will go. They'll put a monitor on the car seat. It will collect data for a couple of weeks, and then the caregiver or the parent, whoever has the monitor in the car, will send it back to NCOA. They will take that data and then transfer it. They're working with the the auto industry on that aspect. I don't really know much more about that program. I think it's pretty interesting, and I'm glad that they chose Maryland as one of the leaders for this. Just in the aspect that what was brought up in one of the meetings was the concerns of vehicles in the past, with especially with the public safety police officers and a couple firemen that were injured because of carbon monoxide poisoning. So those monitors do work. I do know someone that had a monitor that was on their person, and they actually, the alarm went off and alerted the family. So it's a pretty neat tool, and it's a low-level CO monitor also, which gives a little bit more support. I do know that the 8th edition, which is Underwriters UL 217, which is the signal code for that, they're actively looking at trying to reduce those levels to CO. I can tell you that KIDA and First Alert have already started working on the 9th, 10th edition of the code. I don't know what that looks like. I did ask Kenny Bush if he's seen anything, but everything that you pretty much see right now out in the market is the 8th edition. Both nuisances of photoelectric and ionization are present in the alarm, and then so you'll have that ability. Plus, it gets a little closer to the kitchen area, technically looking for the smoldering fires or any of that nature. It also gives all alarms will have the nuisance button. So if you do have a fire or a smoldering fire or a kitchen fire and you put it out, you can push the button knowing that it's a kitchen issue, or just like you open the oven and it automatically sets the smoke alarm off. You can set that off. Well, it also has an override. So if it's truly a fire, you can't override the system. And then all alarms are coming now with a activation switch, or if you you have the switch, or you actually, when you go to install the alarm into the cradle, there's a special tab inside of that cradle that actually starts the 10-year seal, and that's how everything is activated. And then all of them are starting to come with a deactivation switch. After the 10 years, you deactivate the alarm, and then the alarm cannot function anymore once you've pushed that button. So that's the sign that things that are coming. The technology is really advanced, and well, we're here to help where we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah.
Teresa, along that line, our fire station a couple weeks ago, I got a trouble alarm, reset it, got another trouble alarm, reset it. Well, what has happened is the alarms that were put in when our station was renovated have a 3-month notification that 10 years is up. And unfortunately, I did not have the $10,000 in my budget for it, but they've ordered, and plus they're so, this has been actually several weeks ago, they're so far back order with everything going on, they're not even sure when we're going to get them.
Yeah.
So it may be a long time. So that's another thing. Another issue is, but it was programmed back when we put the system in to alert us when the 10 years was up. So it's kind of unique. I don't know if it's a standard or not, but it really it was a great idea. I mean, I already would have thought.
Yeah. Thank you.
If there's anything that we can do to help with the internship program as far as getting the word out and letting people know, just pass the information on to Kate, send it to us.
Yeah, we send it out. I got to talk to Joe because we talked about it yesterday about changing the dates, and he's done the artwork, so he has to do it. So when I get back to Monday, I'll send him a message. I can't send anything right now, but I will make sure, because that was the one thing we talked about, like, could we do it? But he was so busy yesterday, I couldn't get a new paper to send it to this. So we will. We're going to extend it. What's unique about this is we're giving the opportunity for the community risk reduction aspect, but then also giving more time for those in the engineering fields. So I think that's we just find the niche. We got to get it out there. I mean, it's been out there, but we didn't get any hits. I mean, I don't know. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief Black with the Safety Committee report, please. Then it's going to be heading up to lunchtime. So get your raffle ready. And Chief Chaplain and the Assistant Chief over there, go to it and see which one's going to give us a prayer.
Is this good for you?
How you doing, sir?
So I appreciate it. For those of you who know, I appreciate the calls I got where I had the surgery in January and missed the last executive board meeting. I've been on my 2 feet for about 6 days now, so 13 weeks of non-weight bearing, running around with a scooter is pretty tough. We had our last meeting, safety meeting at Hanover. It went very well. We saw the new the temporary EOC for Maryland Emergency Management before they get ready. I think they're getting ready to move now to their final location. We went over Tim's. It was a good turnout. I'm still sitting on the lithium-ion battery commission for the state. We meet again next week, and Director Cox is on that committee as well. We're getting ready to start putting evidence together for the final report to legislation in December. So that's what's going on with that. I'll have a report on that as we start getting everything together closer to the convention. Let's see here. We did have one applicant send in a recommendation for the safety board this year. That's already been reviewed. I've got to figure out, because I'm the new chair of this committee, all the steps that I've got to do. There's no playbook. I'm figuring it out slowly. There is going to be a joint MFCA and MFSA safety committee booth this year at convention. Myself and past President Lewis, who's the chair of the state side. Chief Simon, I don't know who I'm talking to.
Switch mic. Take the other mic.
Here, I'll just stand up. Everybody can hear me. How about that?
You gotta use the mic. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, do I need to start over?
No.
Okay. So, as I mentioned, the state chiefs and the MSFA safety committee are going to have a joint booth at convention this year. It's the first time we've ever done this. So we're planning that right now. My next safety committee meeting will be May 4th at Sudlersville. Thank you, Vice President Faust, for arranging that for us. I'm already in the process of setting up the schedules for next year now, so hopefully when we get to convention and I have the first safety meeting, we're going to do one there this year. If I'm still in office, I don't think I'm going to get ousted, but I don't know yet. I'm telling no, so that's okay. But what I am looking for is I'm still looking for cancer result information. It's one of our top 10 issues. I know there's cancer testing happening in the counties. I don't want names. I'm looking for data numbers, data points. I know they're out there, but I've not had anything, and I've requested this back in December, and I've gotten a few from where I've talked to county representatives one-on-one, but I'm looking for the executive board to help me find that data point so we can get a number, get a percentage, something, you know, based on this is how many tests we've done, this is how many flags have come back, to see how successful they are in the state and what the state's doing about it across the board. What are our independent agencies doing? I don't want the PI. I don't need all that. I'm just looking for data points. Let's see here. I think that is all, unless the executive board has any questions for me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There you go. Mine's working again too. Cut me off.
Here, you want mine?
No, Richard, you got to turn me back on over there. But thank you. As far as the screening goes, I did send that out to the 3 counties I represent.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you got any information. I didn't get anything back.
Nothing.
But I know Ocean City, we do like 2 different screenings every year. I can't get you the number, or give you the numbers, but I'm gonna ask for them.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
It is a good program to be screened.
It does work. And the last time I talked, there was, I don't know which grant it is, but there was some grant money left over somewhere within the state for cancer testing for firefighters. I don't know where it is. I got that from one of the cancer testing companies that all the funding wasn't used yet. So I don't know if it goes away or if it gets rolled over. I'm trying to track that down.
I think Bob's got the answer to that. He's getting ready to jump in where I was.
I can give you the answer to that.
Yes, sir.
The funding you're talking about was through Maryland Department of Health. They had 10 grants for $40,000 apiece 5 companies applied, 3 were approved, 2 were not. They spent a total of $181,000, something like that. 189, because they had 211,000 left over. Had a meeting with Maryland Department of Health 2 weeks ago, and at that time they didn't know what was going to happen with the money. We've since found out any unexpended funds go to the general fund. So what they're going to do right now, just got an email on this yesterday as a matter of fact, they are going to go back to companies that applied and companies that were awarded and make more money available to them through June 30. If you hadn't spent it by June 30, you can't spend it. In the meeting we had like 2 weeks ago, they did commit to work with the MSFA and the Maryland Fire Chiefs, working on IFF and Metro Chiefs to get the word out this year to get more companies involved. A couple problems that came up with that, their application process evidently lacked a little sensitivity. It needs some polishing and fixing. They realized that. Their marketing wasn't what it should have been. They realized that. So they're looking forward. They are talking about partnering with the fire service now and through the fire service to get the word out. The legislation you're speaking about created a revenue or an avenue of revenue through the governor's office that he could move up to a million at a minimum into that fund each year. Up till now, it's been $100,000 a year. They collected $400,000. They tried to put $500,000 in. That didn't work. So, because that was through a different avenue of revenue. This is from the governor's office, and it was negotiated between his office and the sponsor of the bill. So the governor's office more or less bought into it. We'll find out if the money's going to be there. But that's what you're talking about. And the money, unexpended funds don't go back into the fund, they go back to general funds.
Thank you.
No problem.
And I will talk to you later this week about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're good. Sandy, we're ready for the 50-50, and then we're ready for our chief chaplain.
All right, everyone.
And then lunch.
I want to thank you for your donation. The winner gets $173. The ticket number is 1048300. Mr. Block.
Thank you.
You know, I'm glad to see that Ron finally won something worthwhile this week. If you don't know, Ron did such a great job golfing Monday at the Chiefs golf tournament, he got the horse's ass trophy. Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, we just thank you for this morning, Father. We thank you for those who have presented and for the information shared. Father, we take time to break bread with each other in fellowship. Father, we ask you to bless the food and bless those who have prepared it. We ask this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Meeting adjourned until 1 o'clock.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Hey, Eric, will you see Joyce try anytime soon?
5 minutes. 5-minute warning. 5 minutes.
All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. We had a financial branch up, and then the convention branch will be next. So, Bobby Jacobs, I've been told you're it. So, you're the only one here from the whole financial side. And then when he gets done, Joe, you'll be up with the VCAF report, okay? Might be a few minutes. Hey, Gene, thanks for coming up. Your name ain't on there. That's Bobby Jacobs, and that's Gene. They're doing the financial, a whole bunch of stuff. And Kate's coming up. on the bottom. It should turn green up there, or that blue is.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. As you can tell, we are a little light as far as the financial team, but I think we can get through it. I think each of you have received the financial reports, the profit and loss, balance sheet, and the budget versus actual in your packets. Any questions that possibly you may have? Okay, hearing none. Ron has indicated the 1099s and the W-2Gs have been mailed and filed with the IRS. Tax returns is in the process with the financial review, and that takes place up here in Allegheny County. Accounting firm that handles all of our financial reviews and files the 990s, etc. All bank accounts have been reconciled as of March 31. Working with the SAFER team to review all current expenditures to sustain the remaining funds and develop a plan to dispose of those dollars. So Ron and the crew are working on that. On the SAFER grant funding update, he submitted the 7th SAFER reimbursement for $446,193.96 to FEMA back in February for the period ending December 31, 2024. This reimbursement was still in the hopper at FEMA as of Wednesday, marked as approved, but happy to report that the funds were released on Thursday, April the 24th, waiting to receive the fund transfer to the bank account. With current elements surrounding the federal government payment system, it was recommended that we tightly control expenditures to reduce liability on the MSFA and MFCA. This action has been taken. The liability breakdown for 2025 to date is $218,949.67, and that's the total. The part that applies to MSFA is $94,879.36, and to MFCA $124,070.31. We have been notified that, and Kate can comment on that. The reimbursement request for 2025 expenses to date is $218,949.67. Has been entered into the FEMA Go system, but will not be considered for approval by FEMA until the December reimbursement is addressed. FEMA only allows one payment request at a time to be processed by the financial system. So that's being taken care of. Continuing to pay the SAFER contractors as they are still conducting work relative to the grant. MSFA staff time is covered by state appropriation funds. Ron mentioned at the last meeting a stolen check that was scrubbed has been investigated by PNC. A credit of $20,476.60 has been deposited back into our bank account. So we were very fortunate in being able to recover those funds. Loan payment made to the Maryland Fire Rescue Service Memorial Foundation in the amount of $200,000. Funds pulled out of the convention fund and will be repaid once foundation receives its balance due from the state of Maryland. As far as the Officers' reports, financial secretary, dues update. Dues invoices were mailed on December 31, 2024. Reminder, again on February 14th, Happy Valentine's Day. And final invoices were mailed on April 1, 2025. Let's see here. Following member companies have not paid their 2025 dues. So we have one here in Allegheny, George's Creek Ambulance, and I should say 1, 2, and Luke. Anne Arundel, Orchard Beach, Montgomery, Gaithersburg, Washington Grove, Wheaton, Prince George's, Bolivar Heights, Chilham, Adelphi, Morningside, PG County Volunteer Marine Fire and Rescue, and Riverdale Heights. So representatives from Prince George's as a group of companies that have not paid their dues yet. The following associate members have not paid their 2025 dues: International Association of Arson Investigators and PG County Fire EMS Department. There's a note here that indicates that they've made a statement that they told Mitch they are not paying. So I'm not sure what the reason for that is. Maybe someone from PG can explain that. Following sustained members have not paid their 2025 dues. And that's VFIS insurance. Also, anyone that has raffle tickets and money and any other deposits for me, please label and give to Kate. Mitch will swing by the Crofton office and pick those up. A bunch was handed over to me this morning, and I will pass those off to Kate. As far as the budget, I'm going to refer that to Mr. Kerfman, and assistant treasurers and assistant financial secretaries are all busy. Bobby is in Ocean City assisting Mitch with the Spring Fest raffle. So, any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
There it is. Regarding the budget, budget forms are due from all committees no later than May 15th. If you don't put your budget in, you may not get any money. We've threatened to do it for a couple of years, and now that we lost part of the appropriation that we had originally gotten from the state, funds are obviously a little tighter. So, if you want money, submit your budget request.
Do we need to take action on those new forms that Steve sent out, or is that just going to happen?
That's a good question.
The forms that Steve sent out, do we need to take action on those new forms he sent out, or this going to use them?
These forms have been.
He had a different one attached to it. There was a different one attached.
No,
okay.
you don't need any action.
Okay, very good.
Just administrative for the budget. This is the expense, that's the revenue.
Yeah, the top page was still Firemen's Association.
You want
Yeah, I don't think there was really anything else to report on SAFER, but I know when I spoke to Ron yesterday, he said that because that 446 was pending payment, we were able to submit the 218. So we're just waiting on approval for that, and that'll bring us current through March 31st, which is great because we were a little hesitant to start spending the money again, but we should be fine now.
That's it, Mr. Chairman, unless there are
Anybody
some
have any
questions.
questions? Tim?
The scrubbing of the check and stuff, do we have anything between the bank and the MSFA to put some best practices out to departments across the state so that we can alleviate that from trying to help the departments?
The one thing that, in conversation with Ron, was do not use window envelopes. That's how evidently whoever is grabbing these checks can identify what's being mailed out.
Yeah,
So
he had said that at the last meeting, but I didn't know in the course of the investigation with PNC if they have recommendations that we can put out to all the member companies that, hey, try
not
to
that
do
I'm
these.
aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I think he said, you know, if you can make online payments, if you have to write a check, if it's absolutely essential that a check has to be written, really the only thing that they can do is use a windowless envelope, like Bob said, or let the bank know that this check is coming through, or whoever your payee is, let them know that it's coming so they can track it, or put, you know, tracking on it, tracking envelopes, or pay for the extra postage to have it tracked. So this way, in case it does mistakenly, or, you know, disappear from the wherever, they can see exactly at what stage it was tracked at. So, I mean, I would suggest anything over $5,000 if this is an ongoing issue, because there have been several departments that have lost checks or had checks disappear. So between tracking, using better envelopes that don't identify something as being a check, and, you know, letting the banks know ahead of time that this check is coming through. That's really all you can do, aside from making payments online. But even that's not safe anymore, so who knows? But we could put something out, yeah, for sure.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Joe, you're up with BCAF with your representatives from Odington. That next, BCAF on the part of the financial side.
Good afternoon, everybody. Have one company here today for a loan. If two people from Odin would give their name and rank for the record, be appreciated.
Captain Jeremy Weiss.
Paula Meany, Treasury.
Okay, Odin came to us for a loan. Application number was 8297. It's for an E1 pumper based on Anne Arundel County standards. As the one they're replacing will be out of, be 25 years old in 3 years, at which time Anne Arundel County decommissions it, or it's not allowed to run in the county. So at this time, they came to us, and the price of the project is $1,127,645. They're asking for a 50% loan or $563,822 for 10 years at 1%. Anybody have any questions? The gentleman and lady are here to answer if need be.
I make a motion, we approve this application. Thank you. Second?
I'm good with that.
Okay. Any questions on the motion? All approved, signify by saying aye. All opposed. Motion so carried, unanimous.
All right,
Thank
thank
you,
you all
Joe.
for coming.
Thank you.
Before you guys are done, you can leave, you're welcome to stay if you want. Before we did the loan, the VCAF, we had a meeting to discuss several important issues that have come up. We talked about rehabbing units and buying used apparatus. The committee thought that we would not give a 75% loan on used or rehabbed units depending on the age and the condition of the unit. We'd have to go look at it to determine whether it was acceptable to us or not. That's an ongoing process. We also talked extensively about companies must contact their rep prior to entering into an agreement with any vendor. We need to be in the process from the beginning. If you have a signed contract, don't come to us, because we will not approve a contract or accept an application if you sign a contract prior to coming to us to get approval, so it can come here and go to the Board of Public Works, because we can't guarantee there'll be any money with that. We talked extensively about that, and we hope everybody takes that back to their customers. Also, we talked about the next opening of the VCAF for loan process. We're going to open on July the 1st and have everybody finished up by October 26th, so we can have a meeting and be ready for the meeting on the Eastern Shore come at Christmas time. We're not going to do one real short, so we're looking at that. We have right now approximately $5 million in the bank available to us. We made a decision as a group that we would hold $1 million in reserve in case of a catastrophe. So looking at that, we have $4 million to lend. Plus, there's also $8 million put aside. It's already been approved by the Board of Public Works. So that's where we stand. It looks like we have a lot of money when you look at the bottom line, but it's not what it appears to be. Any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Well, the good thing, Joe, is that the one thing is that they need to, folks that want to purchase a piece of equipment, they need to come to VCAF first before they do the sign. That's the biggest thing that
We need to be involved from the very beginning.
and we've talked about that, and the good thing is that you denied those. I won't say good, but I think for us, maybe the executive board, MSFA, we should probably write a letter to some of our federal partners, with the cost of apparatus going up, and certainly after you sign a contract, some of the vendors have tried to tag on some exuberant price increases after a contract's been signed, and we really need to take notice of that. And I can attest to that. I've got an ambulance at my station in Brunswick that we sent out in November to have rehab to come back, and then the vendor wanted to tag almost a $17,000 price increase to that. So some departments may not have that reserve. I was lucky enough that I did, but then when I went back to the vendor, I said, you need to question, I need exactly how much and what you're going to do that price increase for, because I sent it to you in November, and you should already had the parts earmarked. So to tell me that, hey, we can't get parts and they're coming from China or whatever, that's not my problem. I signed a contract, here's what it is. You can't expect somebody to buy a new piece of apparatus or send something out already rehabbed, and even though your contract says, hey, you might be subject to a price increase. I mean, some of them has been anywhere from 10 to 25%. And I know there's been some companies that basically walked away from a new piece of apparatus. So I do think that MSFA needs to write something to our federal partners and say, hey, you know, this practice needs to stop.
Because once it goes to the Board of Public Works, the request for the money, that's all you get. You can't get any more. We can't change the loan. That's a fact. It can't be increased. You can take less, but you can't take more. And the company's on the hook for whatever increase as you said, but some companies have actually gotten on the hook for over $100,000 for apparatus that they wouldn't get unless they came up with the money.
Well, it's bad enough that you got a 2 or 3 year wait for a piece of apparatus. So you order it today, I don't care what you're ordering, it's almost a 2-year wait. But then say, okay, we're going to hit you with a price increase, you know, after we've already signed a contract. That's not right. So I do think we need to write a letter to our federal partners and let them know that it's something that they need to look into.
And then just for everybody, for the first time since I've been on this committee, which is 12 or 13 years, I actually had to tell a company no, because they had signed a contract over 2 years ago for an engine that's coming in July of this year, and they wanted a loan for $700,000. And had to tell them no because they did not contact their rep. They contacted nobody from VCAF. They just thought they could call and submit an application and get the money. We're not flush with money anymore, so I had to tell them no. They said, we got the money, we just thought we could get a loan because we need money we want to rehab our building, but we'll have to find something. So that's the way it is right now. But anyway, I just want to bring everybody up to date, and that's what we're up against. Any questions, anybody else?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I don't have a question for recap committee. I want to tag on to what Eric said about price increases. Now, our station, Cape St. Clair, had a BCAF loan approved a couple of years ago. The engine should be here this fall. But we went through the very thing that Eric's talking about. They came back to us with a $56,000 price increase for an engine, because the engine we had wasn't available. Long list of excuses. But we'd already been through the VCAP process. Our funding was already in place, and now we had to come out of pocket $56,000. Fortunately, we had the resources to do that. But this past week, I have been informed that several U.S. senators have written letters to the manufacturers on this very topic, almost accusing them of monopolistic tactics. I guess everybody here is aware. I wasn't planning to bring this up now, but since we're on this topic, I have the letters, copies of the letters with me. But this is something I was, like what Eric said, I think this is something the MSFA could weigh in on. I don't know how, if the Congressional Fire Service Institute is involved in this at all, but this is something that's very important, and it's only going to get worse if it doesn't stop now. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Can we go ahead?
Senator Warren out of Massachusetts, Senator Banks from Indiana has kind of done some initial probes through the U.S. Senate. So I know that CFSI, the Progressive Fire Services Institute, and that will be following up with that, because again, it's a serious concern to all of us, obviously. When they come back, you sign a contract, and they come back later, say you need another $56,000.
Thank you.
And
Good. We need the treasurer's name again for our record.
Sure.
It's Paula Meany, M-E-A-N-E-Y.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
And she's not really a meanie. She's really a nice person.
Okay.
I can attest. We just rode up here, so.
And I got to drive home with them.
Just on behalf of the officers and members of the Odenton Volunteer Fire Company, we want to thank the Executive Board and the VCAF Committee for considering our application and for the approval.
Thank you. You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, now we're at the convention branch. We're sure to let you all talk while you were up here, Kate. I don't know who else is coming.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
Before they get started,
Go ahead.
Eric asked a question about weighing in, the delegation and stuff like that, and I think we need to.
Yep.
Yes, I'll make,
Don't go ahead and do it now. I was gonna do it at the end, but we can do it now. That's fine. Be done no with. Okay.
I'll
Ron?
second the motion if he made it.
Okay. You got that? Yep, that was, and the letter, reference to, price increasing after we get a contract, signed contract. Now, who would he send this to? National Volunteer Fire Council, and who else? It needs to go to the manufacturer. Should be in them letters that you got there, but who would you recommend we send it to there, Mr. Chairman?
We start with CFSI.
See, okay, yeah. Congressional Fire Service Institute.
Bill Webb and those folks
Yep.
pull together the major fire service organizations.
Okay, Ron's got a comment here.
Mr. Chairman, the letters that I've got that Senator Josh Hawley and Andy Kim sent was to the chief executive officers of Rev Group, Oshkosh Corporation, which owns Pierce, Rosenbauer. I think Rev is Seagrave. They left the E1 out. And the letter from, this letter is only 5 pages long, Elizabeth Warren and Jim Banks was addressed to Ed Kelly, International Association of Firefighters President. And I'll be glad to give these to you.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll figure out who's gonna draft it. We'll go from there. Thank you. Well, I guess we gotta vote on the motion, don't we? Got a motion on the floor that we send the letter referenced. Hold on. You got something to say, Kate, on this, or you're up for the next report? Mark asked me. Thank you. Okay, she's just waiting. Yeah, okay. A motion to send a letter to the manufacturers and the Congressional Fire Service Institute about price increase and after we have contract signed. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion so carried. Thank you. Okay, Kate, we're ready for the convention branch now, please. I see Bobby Jacobs' name's on here. And Kate's name on here. They're the only ones here. And Lynn. Okay. Lynn's always included, but her name's on her. I'll put her.
No, he said you got it.
Okay.
He said you got it covered, he said.
Okay. All right, let me look at Ron's notes first. Okay, so on behalf of co-chairs Sarnicki and Blackiston, they're sorry they couldn't be here to give the report, but just a few things. The website is continuing to update everything for convention, so if there's any changes that come up, we're making sure we stay on top of that. The program, the seminar schedule, and all of the registration links are all up and running. We have over 68 vendors registered as of this weekend. Our efforts throughout the year at various conferences have proven useful, as we have over 15 vendors coming to the beach for the first time this year, so that's kind of exciting. For the seminar, we do encourage everybody to bring the seminar schedule back to their departments. Either you print it off the website. There is a PDF on there, and registration obviously is free, but encourage your members to attend. That's how we get the the speakers to come back every year, and we get new speakers as they all talk to each other, and whether we have good attendance or not, and that kind of thing. We like to have full classrooms for these instructors that we're paying to come in to teach their class. We continue social media advertising at the convention with reminders for credentialing, links to the event pages, classes, and sponsorship opportunities. Ginny did ask if you want your officer and or committee chair reports in the convention book. She needs it by next Friday. That's the drop dead date, so if you don't get it to her by then, your report will not go in the book. Also a reminder, if your fire department or Leaders Auxiliary wants to have an ad in the convention book, she needs it by next Friday. So next Friday is the deadline for everything for the program book. The first mail out was done and completed and sent out through Chronicle Press. Exhibit registration is open. We have the 2 days of exhibits only, 9 to 4, Monday through Friday. Monday and Tuesday. Yeah, that'll be a long week. Lynn and I are coordinating the administrative functions for the exhibits. Note on the gala, it's obviously going to be held on May 31st, 2025 at the Naval Academy Ballroom. Jolly Roger and Inlet Boardwalk are all scheduled. Roger, do you have anything on any of those items that you take care of?
No, everything's moving ahead. We did get approval from the Maryland Council on Monday night for our special event request, which was the 5K run, walk, the pipes and drums on the boardwalk, and the parade.
Okay.
That's all I take care of. It's all in the works, and working with Public Works and everything for parade setup.
Do you know if the state of the fire marshal is going to require Atlantic to pay for or apply for that tent permit that they've had to do last year?
Probably, yeah, yes on that, but I do not know.
Okay.
It's not in my request.
I'll look up the email from last year and I'll
Yeah,
just...
it's probably the same. But if they know it's the same as last year, we shouldn't have a problem.
Okay.
It's over so many square feet, they're supposed to approve it.
Okay.
Yes.
Ron did have on here that Steve Pastusik, the Vice President of Jolly Roger, passed away this year from cancer. So Dawn Dillon is going to remain our point of contact at Jolly Roger. Town of Ocean City parking garage is back on the table for consideration. They're talking about doing exhibit space on top of the parking garage or within the parking garage. It was I thought that was kind of strange, but we'll figure that out once they, yeah. When we were there for the site visit, the escalator was in the process of being repaired, and they did say that it should be done by the end of April. So we're hoping that that's still what it's going to be. And then both elevators will be next. So I know they actually did the one freight elevator, the large freight elevator, but the elevators that for the public use, yeah, those should be hopefully done. If not before convention, they'll be done right after. But at least the escalators will be done. The vendor hotel block was established. It's now available to the public, so there's 4 more hotels added to the list. It is requested that you all register soon because the air show is that weekend, so it's going to be tight quarters in some of these hotels, so get your reservations ASAP. Robbie and Ron signed the 2-year convention contract for 26-27. The host hotel is the Grand. I know Susan has reached out to many of you asking if you need accommodations. If you're part of the GO team or part of the convention committee, make sure that you reach out to Susan with your needs. Program overview. The education programs, like I just said, are completed and posted. Caucus meeting rooms should follow last year's schedule. I don't think Bill Hildebrand's here. Okay. Reminder about parking trailers. You need a permit, so we're already working with that. I already spoke about the book reports with Ginny. Ron did say that they participated in the Ocean City St. Patrick's Day events, and their entry received special committee recognition trophies. So that was nice. Nice touch. Finally win something down in Ocean City for St. Patrick's Day. So nobody else is here for the program production. Finance is basically status quo, as Bobby said. Administration is what it is. And any questions on convention, anything on the website, anything for the program that anybody has any questions of? We did change Wednesday's schedule, so there will not be the executive committee meeting on Thursday morning, so everybody will prepare for a Wednesday executive committee meeting. That would be part of the main presentation in the main ballroom. And we're hoping for the wrap-up reception on Wednesday afternoon. It's been a little tedious working to try to figure out how that's going to be paid for, and we have to use the convention center vendor, which they're a little pricey, so still working on that. But other than that, we're full steam ahead with convention. Everything's going well. Knock on wood. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your assistance on the parade and everything, convention, the whole convention.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next up, we had the transportation branch. far as Transportation Committee, Wayne Toon could not be here today because of an event he has at his firehouse. So he said if anybody had any questions or anything about their MSFA tags, they call him or make sure they send the paperwork to Kate and Lynn. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
it is Form VR 461. If you take that form, it's a fill in the blank on the computer, print it, sign it, send it back to whoever you're discussing it with at MVA. The 35-year-old truck that I have no idea where it's at or where the tags are at to it, that got us off the books. It's VR 461.
We're just getting ready to scrap on our copy.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
You know, while you're talking about tags, there's another issue too that, you know, if you got an easy pass that we kicked to, actually Frederick County, we've asked Senator Folden to take a look at, because trying to get MVA to understand that we're an emergency vehicle and you're racking up fees, so anybody that goes through a toll booth, you might want to check on that and see how much MVA wants to charge you, but you shouldn't be paying for that for emergency vehicle. But I know Senator Folden is looking with that. I got a department in Frederick County that they have touched everybody in MVA and at least 3 times and have not gotten a resolution to their issue yet. So just FYI, you might want to just keep an eye on that.
Thank you. Okay, and President's Vehicle Committee, Steve's not here or Mitch, so I was going to let the president give a report on that, but he said I could do that. There is a new vehicle ordered. It should be here before the convention. It was already ordered to replace one of our vehicles, but the president had a little problem with his vehicle. It got totaled, so it's going to be replacing his vehicle this year. Thank you.
I have some good news and I have some bad news. The good news is one of the presidents for next year will have a 2025 vehicle. The bad news is I don't have a vehicle anymore. I rented it. And the insurance people told you it.
Thank you. see, legislative branch. So we have Bobby Phillips up first, and then Harv Woods on deck. What do you say? Can you yield it? Yeah. 5 minutes.
Okay. So you
I
want
already did all your time this morning. But no, whatever you need, let's go. Get her going.
Hello. Can I get all my paperwork here? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First off, I did file a report. It's there. I didn't read it, but it's there. Looked like it was pretty boring to me. With that being said, I'm just going to hit on some high points of what this past year has been. I had a question posed to me not too long ago, and it's like, what did you get this year? What were your high points? And I would have to say that the high points of this year is we got some more health benefits for our firefighters. And I don't know about the rest of the people in the executive committee. I get asked a lot of time, what does the MSFA do for me? Well, you can tell them this year that we had 2 bills having to do with cancer. And cancer is a major issue for our members. These 2 bills, one of them was the James Jimmy Malone bill, and it specifically called for, in its original form, all career firefighters to be offered a free cancer screening yearly at no cost to them. Well, with legislature and everything else looking for money, it did get watered down. It got somewhat amended, and it's down now to where it only has to do with career firefighters that work for counties that are self-insured. Their health programs are self-insured. But what it does do is allow for them to get an annual cancer screening at no cost to them, and it created a study, and this study is going to provide us with some I feel, a lot of very, very valuable information. Studies for 2 years, FY26, FY27. It is supposed to collect the information on how many people were eligible for the screenings, how many people took the screenings. Of the ones that took them, how many of these people had health issues that were found by the studies, not just cancer, but in the health screenings, they check for other things also. And this is to be compiled along with the cost of the project and the cost per person. This study is almost as important and valuable as the fact that these people are getting screenings, because it's going to give us information for the future as to how bad firefighters in our state, not just the country or a region or an area, but our state, are affected by cancers. That's very important. The other bill was a cancer screening funding bill. Had some conversation on that earlier. In the past, we had legislation that said that the governor would put $100,000 a year into a fund. That fund got up to $400,000. That was the basis for the grant system in the past 2 years. We have found some issues with the grant system, with the application process, marketing of it, and again, conversations between the MSFA Legislative Committee and MDH have provided for future cooperation between them and the fire service. So these are big things. These were some of the big things that we got. The other side of the coin, what didn't we get? Well, we went in with an agenda that said money, money, money. We want money for income tax subtraction. We want money for VCAF, more money for VCAF. And we wanted funds for AMOS. AMOS got $1.5 million in last year's budget through the funding of the EMSOF. VCAF, I was asking for $20 million in a lump sum, or $2 million a year to just keep giving it to us. I was told early on this is going to be a heavy lift. Don't hold my breath. I wasn't going to look good in blue. And the income tax subtraction, last August I was told that that wasn't going to happen. But in all 3 cases, everybody I spoke with that had anything to do with money, I brought it up. I got the same response, but I told them all, if we don't keep asking, you're going to forget about us. And so we're going to continue to ask. So that's what we didn't get. We had other bills. If I can take a look at my meeting minutes here.
cancer screenings. We had safety bills that could protect our firefighters. One of which was the Davis-Martinez Public Employee Safety and Health Act. This had to do with MOSH, Maryland Occupational Safety and Health. This will hold government entities accountable for not providing healthy and safe working environments. This isn't being done now. A private contractor has to do it. Governments get told they're not doing it, but there's no reason for them to do it. There's no fines involved. Well, now there can be fines. We had the Maryland Department of Labor study on building code requirements for single staircase buildings. This is another one of the bills that the fire marshal spoke about. We had some input on the crafting of how this bill in its final form came about. And they want to build buildings up to 6 stories high with a single staircase. I'm not going to go into all the things that have to do with this, but the code now says four stories, and there's very good history and there's very good reason for this. We were able to get the bill changed. It's into a study form now, so that we can come back and give them good reasons not to allow this to go forward. Again, it was a combination of efforts between the IAFF and the MSFA. We were able to get the sponsoring senator to change his bill. That's the bill that went to the governors. We expect that to pass and get signed. You heard earlier about the AEDs in libraries, and you heard Teresa Ann talking about the CO warning labels on boats. These are bills that we did have an input on and had conversations with legislators on these bills and helped craft the final outcome of them. So when they ask, what do we do? There's a lot that goes on in Annapolis that we do have a hand in it. Another bill that we had, House Bill 76, had to do with, and I'm just going to say the trustees bill. This was a bill that originally offered death and disability benefits through the serious injury or death of a line of duty death or injury. It had implications as the MSFA Widow and Orphans Fund was specifically mentioned in here. I think that's Public Safety 7-203. That was specifically in there. A lot of conversation on this, a lot of work on this particular bill. As it went forward, again, Senate Budget and Taxation reached out to the MSFA. They wanted conversations with us on how this was going to financially impact the state and the MSFA. Conversations were held, information was passed back and forth, some recommendations and some compromises were brought out. That's what we do in Annapolis. We try to compromise. In this particular case, they removed the benefits for disabilities because of the unknown physical note. That's what it came down to. Nobody knows how much it's going to cost. Other information was given to them to help work with the death benefits. At this time, Public Safety 7-203 has been completely removed from the bill. We're not even mentioned in the bill now. That does not necessarily mean we don't have an obligation to provide benefits. I had some conversation with the chairman of the Widows and Orphans Fund, members of the trustees, and with that, I contacted our attorney, Mike Farlow, brought him up to speed on the bill. He took a look at it, and I know that he has gotten a position paper back out to the trustees. I don't know if the executive committee got it or not, but I'm sure that will be forthcoming. But basically, what it had to say was, if I can get this here, and I'm just going to try to paraphrase what he had to say. The amendment creates a presumption that public safety personnel, including volunteer and career firefighters, EMS rescue squad members, died in the line of duty if they have been diagnosed by a licensed medical or mental health professional with PTSD or related disorder as a result of their duties or their death occurs by suicide. So this was a big leap. We embrace PTSD and the fact that it can lead to suicide. Mental health issues can lead to this, and they were going to be recognized by the state, and that's a big leap right there. There's a lot of criteria that goes with it. My question to him was, how does this affect us? And his short answer was, the short answer is very little. It's just like when they have presumed cancer issues. According to state law, they are presumed to have been happening while on the job. But again, the case still has to go before a hearing. You got to prove that, yes, you were doing what you do as a firefighter and that you were exposed to cancer-causing agents, and this could have been the cause for you to get it. So there's still a process to go through. What he put in here is that the slightly longer answer is that various sections of code provide for death and or disability benefits for emergency responders. Generally, if a line of duty death has occurred, benefits may be granted pursuant to state PSOB, that's Public Safety 1-202. Workman's Compensation, Law Enforcement 9-503, and the Trustees Fund, Widows and Orphans Fund, PS 7-203. And again, that was taken out of the bill. And then we have federal PSOB and other line of duty death criteria. Our attorney sees this as not being a large exposure for us right now. And the good news is we're being funded at a rate that I don't think it's going to be negatively impacting us when you take a look at a national average. That was what the concerns were. We were able to work with this and get this bill, I'm not going to say watered down, but let's just say it was amended to a point that it was manageable. So those are some of the things that we have done that are positive. I'm sorry? Yes. Just a second. It's House Bill 76, Senate Bill 396, I believe. Yeah, I think it was. It's not always what we do get passed, but a lot of what we do is just as important as what we stop from being passed. This past year, we had several bills that were brought to us or that we found out about. We had a couple of local bills. We were able to provide some guidance and some information and some help on. We had a bill to come off of the Eastern Shore that turned out it may not have been a really good bill. Speaking with the sponsors, we were able to get that bill withdrawn. I had a bill out of Baltimore County having to do with an ambulance service that if it had continued and had been passed in its original form, would have really completely vacated our present law as it is to our firefighters using personal vehicles with lights on them. It would have gutted the entire bill. That took some effort dealing with different delegates and senators. We were able to get that bill completely out of public safety for us and leaving our entire bill as it was originally written and intended. Got it moved into another part of the transportation bill, doesn't affect us, and so that was a plus for us. Had two other bills. One particular bill, they had, let me see if I got this in here real quick. Well, the numbers aren't really all that important. The fact of the, here it is, House Bill 316. This is a bill that would have moved software technicians into the class of, and they would be recognized as 911 specialists, which they're not. And they would have been allowed to receive benefits for a job they weren't doing. We were able to work with the sponsor of that bill, and he pulled his support from the bill and it died. We had another one, House Bill 106. This particular bill would have allowed for 3 classifications of transportation, MDOT employees, to be considered first responders and receive benefits for which they don't, in my estimation, you know, they don't qualify for. We were able to get that bill, and that bill was killed. It just died a painful death. But these are other things that we do that people don't see. So when you go out here, all of you people here, every one of you here on the legislative or executive committee, what do? These are the things that we do. With that being said, I have a few numbers here, and then I'll yield the rest of my time. For this legislative session, we had 182 day periods in the 90-day session. And if you take away the weekends, we're down to a little better than 3 people per day on average in our office. We had 1,297 hours of time spent in the office. That doesn't count the time going back and forth to the office or the work we do after we get home. This is all, I mean, but in the office, we had registered 1,297 hours. 17,898 miles driven. And that's back and forth to the office or to the meetings we have to go to and things like that. So you know, it's a lot involved up there. And I cannot not say this, and that is thank you to those that work in that office. The MSFA, they have 4 people that work in there. Terry Hayden, who will not be returning to us next year. She wants to live life a little more fully and not inside that little building. Barb McCrae, Rosa Mayer, and Marion Nicholson. They come in every week. They go over to the print shop, post office, what you want to call it, collect up the bills, come back, and keep them filed and up to date. So if we want to find something, we can find it rather quickly. And that's our front room group. The back room group, Dale Bowen, Randy Smith, Bill Fouts, Joel McCrae. Eric Smothers this year, a past president, was very present down there, as he was last year. And especially our executive director, Kate Lovelace. She is always asking what she can do to help. She's offering, she's coming, you know, writing letters for us and making sure that our voice is heard throughout the state. And these people, all of them, they work very hard. They take a lot of pride in what they're doing. I'll say this, we've got to a point now that we started it this year. More people are actually working specifically hands-on with the bills from the time we find out about them to the time we put them away on sine die. They're following the hearings, they're writing the testimony, they're providing the testimony, and they're there to take the phone calls, meeting with the delegates and the senators. So this is a growing, stronger team that you've got that represents the MSFA. And I can't say thank you enough to everyone and all of them. They do a very, very hard job. And sometimes, you know, yes, there's actually pictures of people sleeping in our back office from time to time. I think they're photoshopped. Nobody has proven yet that they haven't been. It seems like the same person always takes them, so I'm thinking they're photoshopped, but that's just a personal thing. But that is the session in a nutshell. We went to it from gavel to gavel, the balloons fell, and there were like 5 of us left in there at midnight on sine die saying, well, it's done. Let's go home. That's my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions?
I don't have a freeze.
Mr. Chair, I think the legislative team does an excellent job in Annapolis, and Teresa Chrisman too, especially with the fire marshal's office and managing that, along with Bob. He's not taking credit for a lot of that down there, but
I was the one sleeping.
Yeah, I know, but it does good. But he did bring up 2 key pieces of legislation that not only us but the fire commission needs to address, and that's the staircases and the sprinklers. We really need to weigh in on that with our politicians and write a strong letter, you know, to move that legislation forward, or opposition why that should not happen, you know, especially with the staircases and firefighters going in and out of the building, egress and stuff, because that's a big builder initiative, and those are the folks that have the money on the outside of that to prevent that from happening. So we, as a fire service, we're stronger together in numbers if we either support or go the opposite direction in the legislative process, and to get our legislators on board with that. So that's the conversations that I've had with some of our delegates. You know, if they see the support coming from us, then that kind of helps tip the scale a little bit. We're the ones that's got to go in and do the rescues and get people in and out of these buildings. So that's the only way that legislation is going to change.
If I could speak to that, sir. And the two bills that the past president is speaking about, both of them, they were bills for action. Both of them became studies for information to be carried back to legislature. And I mentioned something about that earlier. Both of these bills have got study committees with set goals, and on each one of these committees, the MSFA has got a seat at the table, along with Maryland Fire Chiefs, IAFF, and the Metro Chiefs. And what the past president just said, working together, we have come together on 3 or 4 different very important items in the past couple years, working collectively and together. And yes, our voice is heard, and it made a difference in the outcomes. So as far as sending something to the legislation right now, I would say we need to wait until the reports have been completed and address the reports and have that be our voice.
Thank you. All right, Harv, you're up for federal legislation. And then Bob, you're up to on deck for the rural water. Oh.
I yield my time. Go your
Good afternoon. Just touch on the high points, what few there are at the federal level these days. Things are still, shall we say, in turmoil. Not a lot getting done. A lot of finger pointing. A lot more lawyers and judges involved in things than at the time we made our last report. So, don't have a whole lot to go on the Department of Homeland Security, which an ongoing adventure there. The best we could find out at the time this report was put together, Chief Donald Black, the acting U.S. Fire Administrator, is still in that office. Deputy Fire Administrator and Superintendent of the National Fire Academy, Eric Gablix, is still there. I do not have an idea right now just how many people are remaining in Emmitsburg. Heard several different stories, but none credible enough to put in this report. There was a executive order issued by the President on January 24th. Created a council to assess the Federal Emergency Management Agency for the purpose of conducting an evaluation of the existing structure of FEMA and its operations. FEMA, of course, is where the U.S. Fire Administration is based. National Fire Academy, Federal Emergency Management. Anyway, all of these agencies come together and report through FEMA. It is known that there is some, shall we say, problems out there. One thing it was confirmed on, I say confirmed, it was on national news, if you want to take it that way or let it go. But there was a problem with the FEMA after the hurricane went through North Carolina and eastern Tennessee. Seems as though the people in the field basically going door to door to try to get an assessment on everything, what they needed to do and everything. The story reported on the news was that those people were instructed from someone, they didn't name names, back in Washington to skip over the houses that had Trump signs in the yard. So now now it's get even time down there, so we really can't say anything right now because we don't know what the story is today. Fact yesterday may be ancient history today. So, Department of Labor, the nominee for Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez de Reimer, was confirmed by the Senate. She's busy with, I don't know what, in labor. OSHA lives in the Department of Labor. There is no word out of OSHA, as best I could find out the last few days, of any change, any movement at all on the proposed standard that would upgrade OSHA's requirements for firefighters. Our concern, I'm sure everybody agrees, our concern right now is the burdens the new proposed regulations would dump on small volunteer organizations that basically just wouldn't be able to keep up financially or administratively. So it's quiet. They're not saying anything. I don't know if they're trying to hide or what, but no movement, which as far as I'm concerned is a good movement. Going back to some bills from the previous Congress that was left on the table when they adjourned. House Bill 1269 dealing with cancer at the federal level, including firefighters. That has been reintroduced, as has the lithium-ion battery safety bill. H.R. 973 was brought back on February the 4th. And Senate 504, the high-rise building sprinklers initiative, has been brought back. Of those three, the Senate bill has been assigned to Senate Finance Committee. The other two bills have been introduced but were not assigned to a committee as of Tuesday. Last but not least, I do have a one-pager that I would have added to the report. I got it at the last minute. National Volunteer Fire Council issued a thing back on April 15th, which I just got. Bob, do you have that also? Mm-hmm. Okay. National Volunteer Fire Council has joined up with the other major fire service organizations, IAFF, NVF, International Association of Fire Chiefs, and others, co-signed a letter from the presidents of those organizations to members of Congress, the president, vice president, so forth, cabinet secretaries, to try to influence them to restore cuts that were made, particularly in the three areas. National Firefighter Cancer Registry was probably the biggest one. With no data to work with, there's really not much anybody's going to be able to do with any programs at that level. You can't request funding when you don't know how much funding to request because you don't have the number of people you need to deal with. So the same has happened with National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. The folks in another group dealing with particularly with things like protective gear. They're caught in the same position. They've lost their staff and they've lost access to data. We don't know where that's going. They're trying to get this settled, get the president to calm down and get some of these programs back moving that basically are dealing with people's lives. I guess the only way to put it. So trying to stay on top of it. but it is a game changer every morning when you get up. So with that, Bob?
I have nothing to add to your report. You covered it pretty much. I mean, the big thing is, yeah, well, the biggest thing is that you got President cut in NIOSH, which has the cancer registry in it, and their NIOSH also does all their testing and everything of our turnout gear and protective clothing, and they've cut those people. So that's a big thing we need to be staying on top of. And then trying to get the fire academy back open.
Yeah. What's over? Roger?
Yes, sir.
There we go. The campus is not closed, but it is minimal with respect. National Fallen Firefighters Weekend at this point will be on campus. They cannot get into Mount St. Mary's in the weather, so they are renting a football field sized tent to have there also. There are some challenges with respect to some of the other services, but that is going forward. But again, as of 2 weeks ago, I do know that at least one member of the EFO team is back to work on campus, and he said there were some other ones. So slow but sure progress. It's certainly not an overnight thing, and it's still something we got to keep a close eye on, but it looks like there are slowly but surely, hopefully, at least on the fire side, starting to replenish some of the people.
Thank you.
Bob, while you're up there, you do the state coordinator, please.
Yeah, well, trying to work with our partners surroundings and other states. You'll see in my report, I know I filed it. I don't know if y'all got it or not, but I sent it in. Virginia went back and reassessing what they're doing, because Frank, who attends most of them, could tell you at their convention, they probably don't have any bigger crowd than what we have right now, or maybe just a little bit bigger at their convention. So they're reassessing what they're going to do, but this year, coming up is going to be a 3-day event. It's going to be August 14th, 15th, and 16th, and 14th is going to be their meeting date. The other 2 dates will be for training. So that's what they're doing. Pennsylvania's convention, I just got that information Monday night, will be at King of Prussia. And King of Prussia is going to have a lot of things going on. Besides the convention, they're going to have a fire apparatus. And of course, they're going to do traffic incident management training. Cumberland Valley is going to tie their fall meeting into the Pennsylvania convention. And those dates is September 19th and through the 20th at King of Prussia. I'll have more information about hotels and stuff coming up later when we go to that. But Cumberland Valley's fall meeting is at the same time as Fire Expo, and that'll be at Fairview Volunteer Fire Company, which is right off of 83 at the Turnpike in Lewisberry Township. That meeting will be on that Sunday, what is it, August, whatever the date is with the Fire Expo, that Sunday. And the Cumberland Valley Convention is going to be a big thing in Newport. They're going to have a lot of activities going on, and there'll be a big parade at the end on that on Saturday, where they're bringing in a lot of apparatus. I think right now they got like 10 or 12 bands lined up to be in that parade. One of them is a string band from Philadelphia, which will be plus a couple of pipe and drum units in that parade. Also, I think the Westminster Band has been invited, and I think they're going to that one also. And that date is July 30th through August the 2nd. And of course, the parade will be on August the 2nd. West Virginia's convention will be in Charlestown at the Hollywood Casino, and that's August 6th through the 9th. New York's is August 7th through the 9th. And that convention is at the Hyatt out on Long Island. Like I say, Virginia's is August 15th through the 17th, and that's going to be at Farmington, Virginia. And in Pennsylvania, like I told you, is King of Prussia. And Cumberland Valley's going to have their fall meeting in Pennsylvania. And the Delaware Convention is September 22nd and through the 25th. And they didn't have their schedule out yet, but it's piecemeal. They're going to do one thing one day, have a day off, I think, and then do their luncheon and memorial another day because they couldn't get the convention center at Rehoboth Beach for the dates they wanted because a couple dates in there had already been given away. So that's pretty much our schedule for for the rest of this year for our neighboring states.
Okay.
And if anybody needs room for Delaware, I have been able to secure 8 rooms at the host hotel. So if you need them, please let me know. That way I can get your name in. I was able to hold them for us. So.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Okay, fire laws book. Mark's got just a short update on that.
But just the conversation we had earlier today about not passing the new, adopting a new code, this body had taken the position earlier that they weren't going to print a book until it had passed, and I just, again, want to make sure we can, if that's what their wishes are, they do want another book produced.
Thank you. And Frank's going to do a 17 state circle meeting tomorrow. He had to leave today. Let's see. I'm going to skip down to Dave Lewis. I'm going to do you with the Grants Committee and National Volunteer Fire Council, please. Next up would be the Emergency Medical Services branch.
With the chairman's approval, I'm going to combine the grants report with the NVSC report because there obviously is some overlap between the two. So both reports have been submitted to you electronically whenever you find them, since there apparently is an issue. So I'm going straight to NVSC, and it will cover the grants program as well. And again, myself and Eric Bernard represent you as your directors to the NVFC. Each state is allowed 2. We meet twice a year. Our spring meeting is upcoming, May 8th through the 10th in Alexandria. We always have our spring meeting in Alexandria. And our fall meeting is scheduled for September 22 to 24 in Rapid City, South Dakota. A lot of things, depending on how you look at it, either a lot of things are going on or a lot of things not happening. And I want to amplify on probably some things that Harb said, but I think they're important because the MDFC has been involved in each one of these things. I will start the National Volunteer Fire Week. Volunteer Week is this week, ends today. So again, obviously we all recognize that our volunteers work hard for our communities each and every day, and it's important that we take time to pause to recognize their contributions. So again, I just kind of pause and say, what did you do this week to recognize your volunteers? So I'm gonna go through a bunch of stuff at the federal level. Harb brought up some of them, and I tell you, I got a little bit of new information on some of the things there. I would encourage you to continue to watch for the NVFC alerts and bulletins that come out, because again, a lot of these things either move fast or don't move at all. So I'm going to start with the OSHA reg, 1910.156. As I've kind of told you before, NVFC as well as our directors, our members, and numerous other organizations have spent hours and hours reviewing the proposed change to 1910.156. The bottom line is we're not opposed to safety, but we are opposed to the changes as written that try to put a one-size-fits-all solution to a problem that doesn't fit America's fire service. We did have the opportunity in November, December to testify before the OSHA panel and spoke very loud and clear with one voice that we were concerned with that. OSHA reopened the comment period. Some additional comments were sent in. The latest piece of news as of this week, on Tuesday, April 22nd, the NVFC, along with the IAFF, met with the new Secretary of Department of Labor to address our concerns to the new proposed 1910.156. It actually was really a groundbreaking event because, again, you know, for the first time, and this is kind of a lot of this been going on for the last year, NVSC is walking side by side with IAFF on some problems and some mutual concerns. That's been facilitated, and again, with Ed Kelly at IAFF, really is working with us. So, bottom line was the Secretary agreed that they would pause any further action on OSHA, allow us to work together with them, the two groups, NVSC and IAFF, working side by side, you understand that, to come up with what we believe is a mutually agreeable solution. So again, right now, the push is off to kind of steamroll that thing out, and they've heard our concerns, and as one voice, one fire service, one voice, we're gonna work on finalizing that. The FEMA grant programs, you heard a lot there. Again, a lot of action either happening or not happening there. Those programs were paused back in January while adjustments were made to comply with the new executive orders. Obviously, that affected a lot of departments across the country that depend on these grant funds for equipment, for staffing, and other emergency preparedness needs. Affected reimbursement of funds to a number of departments. And we've been working hard since then, that January, to try to get that pause lifted and these programs restarted. A lot of people have written to senators and Congress people, and although it's good that they hear our concerns, they have no effect onto it because, again, as Bob talked about, there's a separation between legislative authority and regulatory authority. But again, we do think if there's good news, that FEMA did advise on April 21st that there actually was some court action. There was court action that initiated out in New York and possibly some other areas that this stuff has taken too long. And that when FEMA went to what I'll call a manual review process where they basically had to have eyes on each piece of paper, and Kate could probably attest to this, the volumes of paper that they had to provide for that $400,000 grant. There was actually a class action suit that was filed out in New York that basically there were court orders issued on April 4th and April 19th says you can't change the rules. You got to resume processing these grant payment requests using the same processes and procedures that you had used previously. And so as a result, again, we've heard since then that several departments, including MSFA, have received their reimbursement. So it'd be interesting to hear Kate's feedback as on the $218,000 request, whether that moves through the system smoother than the $400,000 one did. Again, you heard about the U.S. Fire Administration, and am I losing this? I'm losing my mic.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. I'm not hearing what I heard before. Is under obviously an acting administrator with Dr. Lori leading at January with the change of administration. And that also resulted in the cancellation of all classes at National Fire Academy. We've been working hard, along with other non-fire service organizations, to stop this pause and have classes resumed. And again, if there's any good news, and you heard that, the Fire Academy technically is still open. The Memorial Weekend is still on schedule. And
Where it goes from here, we don't know. There's some feeling that hopefully we'll get some opening up maybe around July classes. The third quarter classes probably pretty much have been all canceled. I know as an instructor, bids had to be in on April 1st for fourth quarter classes, which is July, August, and September. So again, if there are actions going on against those bids and awards for that, hopefully that means maybe July, August, September, we'll see classes resumed. One of the other big items is the Department of Human and Health Services, the consolidation plan. And again, on March 27th, HHS had the consolidation plan that basically would cut 2/3 of NIOSH. And as you already heard, we saw that with mass firings of the people from the National Fire Registry, which is our cancer registry that we pushed so hard for, the Firefighter Fatality Investigation and Prevention Program, and the Personal Protective, want me to switch? Yep. The Personal Protective Technology Laboratory. So you heard, you know, the cancer registry right now is dead, when we hope maybe it can get revived. The Firefighter Fatality Investigation, which does the NIOSH Firefighter Fatality Reports. I can tell you that I was online twice this past week with somebody that basically says, as of May 1st, they go on administrative leave because their job is gone as of the end of September. And there are 12 firefighter fatality studies that were completed that basically have been released back to the departments and released to the families, but will not be published by NIOSH. And the people there that kind of feel like they can speak freely now because their job's being eliminated says probably you'll see them come out on the secret list or something like that, but you won't see them on the official NIOSH. There are additional 7 reports. There are additional 7 reports that basically were stopped somewhere in the middle of processing. So, you know, a lot of us depend on those reports for training purposes and learn from that so that we don't repeat the same concerns, but that's gone. And you heard about the Protective Technology Laboratory that does this testing there. So again, NBSC, along with major, there are 30 signatures on these letters that have gone to different things, including the president and a lot of Congress and Senate, to push back of those cuts. Firefighter Safety Stand Down 2025. Again, each year, NBSC, partnering with IASC, IAFF, FDSOA, and MFPA, asks departments to set aside the 3rd week of June to focus on training educators relative to the selected theme. And yes, the 3rd week happens to be convention week, so it's kind of hard for us to do it, but that's no reason for us not to take these messages back to our departments. This year's Safety Stand Down, June 15th to 21st, the theme is Break the Stigma, Behavior Health Reset. RESET stands for Recognize, Educate, Strategies, and Empower Training. And that is the theme for this year, what has to do with behavior health, which is a very passionate topic for me. It affects every one of us relative to safety, relative to retention. Those resources are already up on the safetystanddown.org webpage. And again, additional resources will be added as we get closer to the June date. And I encourage you to take those resources and use them within your department. Within the NBFC, again, we encourage our members to continue to use the training opportunities. We have an extensive online learning network through our virtual classroom. We offer regular, at least monthly webinars. We also have topics of probably about 10 different courses that we will bring out to either your state or your county or possibly even your department if that interests you. And again, all that's available through the NVFC website. We're excited as we get ready for the 2025 Training Summit. This is our 11th year for holding the Train Summit. Will be June 20th, 21st. Yeah, that's Friday and Saturday behind the convention. I always leave the convention on Tuesday or Wednesday because I got to fly to somewhere. This year we're going to Salt Lake City. And for members of the NBFC, which I hope every one of you are, and you encourage your department, we offer stipends to help cover part of their travel costs. Our family commitment, again, we have a large set of family resources, nvfc.org/family. I provided to you a meeting or 2 meetings ago our brand new family guide, what to expect, a guide for new fire service families. And again, our intent is that's not for the firefighter. That's for the firefighter to take home back to their families. Let their families know that, yeah, there might be a little bit of apprehension about your loved one becoming a firefighter. But rest assured that we're going to give them the best equipment, the best training, the model procedures that are needed to keep them safe. But we also ask you to keep an eye on them. And that's where kind of the mental health aspect kicks in. Because you're going to see the effects that if they are suffering PTSD or other mental health aspects long before we were. And you need to have that conversation with them or let us know so that we can provide them access to the resources. Finally, I kind of say, and again, the All-State Membership Program, again, the benefits of becoming a member of the NVFC, including the $10,000 AD&E policy, access to the First Responder Assistance Program, free training opportunities, all exist. All exist through the membership. We at MSFA, we actually have an opportunity because if we have at least 500 members, our normal dues as members of the MVFC is $500. Those dues are waived. So right now we're sitting at, my latest numbers is 685 members that we have. So we got our dues waived for another year. The dues recently increased this year to $24. We're still being held to the 18 because our grant was written around the 18, which means MSFA pays 9 and the you or the member pays the other 9. So for just $9 a year, you can register that. So do that before Kate runs out of money because when the grant runs out, we may or may not be able to provide that benefit to our members. We've had probably more than $2 million worth of giveaways through the NVSC in the last year. The big one was through State Farm. State Farm wanted to give away some $50,000 grants to the departments. We got so many applications that they doubled their money. They gave us $500,000 last year. We got so many grant requests, they gave us $1 million. They doubled the money. And that was so that they actually agreed to give us $1.5 million this year. So we also had some refurbished laptops that they wanted to give to volunteer departments. Nutella, whether you like it or not, actually was giving out $25,000 grants and giving away pancake kits to 100 to 150. Anheuser-Busch has been giving away water. They actually shut down the product line for a week or a couple weeks actually at some of their plants and produce water in cans. And we distribute that out, especially in those folks attacking the wildland fires in order to provide clean drinking water to those folks. Globe Getaway, we have 50-some sets of gear that we give away each year. And then this year, I just went through the evaluation for stair climbers that through Stepper there. So a lot of grant opportunities, giveaway kind of programs. Like I said, more than $2 million through our corporate sponsors that we got. So with that, there are some attachments that I have included. I gave you there's a summary when you're able to get the report of a summary of the April 22nd meeting that we did have with the Secretary of Department of Labor. There's a flyer on the firefighter safety stand down. There's a couple other dispatch notices that I've included with my report that I won't go into any detail. With that, I'll pause. Are there any questions for me relative to the National Volunteer Fire Council?
Nope, don't see anything. Thank you.
Okay. With the chairman's approval, I just want to give you a brief report from Cumberland Valley. I've asked numerous times to have it actually put on the agenda, but it never happens.
There you go. Talk to Mark next time.
you know, again, it's my pleasure right now. I'm continuing to serve as president of the Cumberland Valley Volunteer Firefighters Association, which runs the Responder Safety Learning Network relative to traffic incident management and traffic safety. Our concern since we started that program in 1998 is to reduce the number of first responder killed and struck by on the nation's highways. And when I get around and I teach traffic incident management, I tell people, well, how many working house fires did you run last year? And I get the departments and may say, well, maybe 5, maybe 6. I said, how many car crashes did you run last year? Well, probably 100, or you know, whatever the number might be. And I said, and what have you spent all your time training in? And they say, well, we spent our time on fire tactics. Well, gee, wouldn't you think that maybe you ought to spend some time on roadway safety? And our program's been active since 1998. We've got an extensive online learning network that has 49 online learning modules that we don't charge anything for because we do get grant funding, at least today still, there. But we're looking at, the last 6 years, over 300 first responders killed on America's roadways. Now, when I say first responders, I mean fire, EMS, law enforcement, tow operators, service patrols. That 308 is actually 46 fire and EMS personnel. Even one is too many. This year, we're at 10 first responders. 1 fire EMS, the rest. The worst ones are our tow operators and our law enforcement brothers and sisters. Why? They're typically out there alone. They don't necessarily have the established traffic incident management areas. But again, we're trying to. I probably learned more about tow trucks in the last 3 years than I ever wanted to know. I've never operated one, still don't want to operate one, but I've been working closely with the tow operators. So we've had a lot of outreach opportunities. We were out at FDIC with a booth. We made a lot of good contacts there. We actually had Todd Lease was down at the tow show in Florida, and just this week he went to the tow show in Las Vegas to do the 4-hour traffic incident management class for tow operators, try to reduce their numbers. We were just this week, Bob, myself, and Doug DeHaven were at the Baltimore Regional Traffic Incident Management Conference in Linthicum, and Doug and I will be at the other TIM workshop in actually Linthicum, the one run by State Highway, this coming week. So we've got a lot of things going on. The traffic incident management stuff is probably the core business of the Cumberland Valley Association, and we continue to build our membership. As Bob mentioned, we'll be meeting May 18th at Fairview Township. I'll be doing 2 presentations actually at the Lancaster County Firemen's Association Expo at Harrisburg. They give us a booth every year, and they came up to me and says, well, what do you do for us? I said, what do you want us to do? I said, well, what about doing some training? I said, fine, what do you want? First they said the 4-hour TIM class. I said, no, I'm not going to do the 4-hour TIM class. Not at a fire expo. And I said, I can tell you what, you're probably going to get people have trouble getting people into the 2-hour class. But I said, I'll do it. Because people that go to those things go there to kick the tires on fire trucks and collect trinkets and T-shirts. They aren't there to come to training. And so, but we're going to do it. I'm doing 1 session on Friday, and then I'm repeating a session on Saturday during that, and then we're going to have our meeting on Sunday. So I ask that each of you could consider being Cumberland Valley member. It's only $5. You can do through our website. We just revamped our website. We've gone to a new process called Growth Zone to manage our membership database. Because I can tell you, when we argue around here, and you say, well, how many fire companies are there in Maryland? I'd probably get 6 different answers. And we probably got the same problem in the Cumberland Valley Association. Well, how many members do you have? Depending on who you listen to, it's either 350 or 650. Well, that's a big number in between. So we bought a new package called Growth Zone, and we're in the process of implementing that. So I thank you for allowing me to report on Cumberland Valley. And again, those resources, if I can bring the training to you, we'll bring the training to you. Monica asked me to bring it up to Northeast, the 4-hour TIM class, just 2 months ago, I guess now. And we had 59 people show up that class. So there is interest there, and we can provide either the 4-hour TIM class or we have a 2-hour version, which I call, I don't want to say it's dumbed down, but it really is more on roadway safety. The 4-hour TIM class is more built around the federal highway requirements, and their interest is clearing the roadways. That's their number one priority. Our interest is keeping you safe, keeping you alive. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dave. It was on our last agenda for last meeting, but I forgot to put it on this one. Cumberland Valley. So I made a note. Thank you. Okay, we have the Emergency Medical Services branch with Emergency Medical Services, the ALS and BLS subcommittees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our report's going to be relatively short, so I'm going to start down here on this end with ALS. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Usually I don't need a microphone because I'm pretty loud. The ALS subcommittee has been working on a few things this year, specifically online NREMTP classes that are causing some concerns and some liability issues when the students are coming into the counties that are not necessarily already embracing those particular schools. So we are reviewing some of that information. The committee, as I said, has some liability concerns because we really don't know these individuals. They're coming in from online classes. Recruitment and retention is also a concern of the ALS committee, and we're also reviewing the 2026 state competencies is under evaluation. Stop the Bleed, by the way, I wanted to caveat to what Gina had said earlier. That's a grant program, so it is short-lived, so please take advantage of it while it's available. Thank you.
So let me just touch on the ALS stuff really quickly. So some of the out-of-state programs are allowing, or folks are taking paramedic out-of-state or through an online program. And then they come to Maryland and say, okay, let us send our folks to your practical evolutions and or to your hospital sites. Maryland's not set up to do that, nor should we. We have no idea who some of these training sites are and so forth. So if you're taught as a ALS provider, we have an MOU either directly through the fire service for their local fire departments and or the hospitals. So that's the issue that we see, that we have folks that are coming from out-of-state programs and or from an online program, and then they want to jump in on our clinical sites. And we have no idea who those folks are. So that's what we're trying to iron out and make sure that that's not happening. So we have enough trouble trying to get our ALS providers through clinical sites. We don't need other outside interests and then have somebody ruin a program because we have no idea who they are. So that's what we're talking about there. Gina? Or Bob?
Good afternoon, everyone. So just a few things to touch on. Emails were sent out to folks that have been inactive on the committee. We had about 10 or so, just under 10 people that have been inactive for some time. So I'll send that list to you all to see if there's some counties that you can assist me with getting representation for the committee as well. Because there are some people that have remained on the list that really haven't been active in probably 2 years. Just as a reminder from the BLS side, so there's folks that continually are not going in and logging into the men's licensure site. I'm pretty sure I touched on this last meeting, but just to remind folks again, if you expire, which you expire, even though it might say June 30th, it'll be July 31st, or if it's December 31st, it'll be January 31st. You have to log into the men's licensure site in order to renew. And about 30 days prior, give or take 30 to 45 days, there'll be an option to renew. You have to go in and renew. You people are like, oh, I didn't get a card. Well, you gotta go in and renew. So they're trying to track that so that they're not just continually sending out cards for folks that aren't active any longer. Along with that, there's been talk with people not being, counties and jurisdictions not being represented on the subcommittee for BLS down with SEMSAC. So again, I will send that list out as well. I'll get that from Russ and send that over so that we can possibly assist with getting some county representation on that from your folks within your jurisdictions. There's also a small group that's meeting to work on the EMT internship packet. So that's being revamped and basically imploded and restarted is the best way to put it with the corrections that were made so far. So that look for information on that to come out to the jurisdiction so that they're aware whenever a student comes in, they'll have the packets and they'll have the information that they need. Just as a reminder too, that this came out about 3-4 weeks ago, that if you have a student that's in the EMT class, effective immediately, they have to complete their packet before the 3rd module in order to test for their MIM state practical. That's not an US request or a MIFRE request, or it's coming from MIMS because they have to go through and they have to check everything and have to be vetted prior to that student taking the state practical exam. So they will not be able to sit for their state practical exam if that packet is not turned in prior to that module.
Do you have anything? It's okay. Catch it on the way back.
There are providers that respond to a call that do nothing. Either try to get refusal or no treatment of what so it was given. They're found guilty by the EMS board and they lose their license. The bad thing about that is they open themselves and their companies to litigation. To call, an EMS call, take it to the hospital. What's it? Just take it. Just take it when you get it. What's going on out there? There was an incident. There was a restriction. The provider picked the patient that did nothing. They were sitting in a chair there, and they left that patient passed away. Imagine what happens when they open their company's door to litigation. So just letting Jeff and Ward know that it's out there for representation for them to do it.
Thank you.
Sorry, one more thing to touch on. Josiah Hunt Awards, the nominations are due April 30th. So please make sure to get those in. The information is under the awards section. So far we have 3 nominations as of today. So just remind your folks in your jurisdictions to get those turned in.
Thanks. Eric, you got anything on SIMSAC?
SIMSAC is going to meet this coming Thursday. We're definitely going to review what happened in Annapolis. That's the caveat to that. I think that if there's any concerns that need to be brought up for the EMS, through SIMSAC, please let me know, or I can address those issues with the EMS board. There's nothing earth-shattering that we see. I mean, you've heard some of the issues from the EMS board. It's just that when you show up as a provider, provide EMS, do the skill, do what you're supposed to do, so we don't have to ding providers unnecessarily. There's very minimal changes in the VAT process with the addition of some tourniquets and stuff. You may see a little increase in that for some of the ambulances, only because when you look at the amount of numbers, we wanted to make sure that we were covering the providers as well. And as the protocols are continually to evolve, you will see some changes where once a jurisdiction, i.e., for example, like ALS, they use visual aids, video cameras for video laryngoscopy. Once we get to about 60% across the whole state, we give the jurisdictions a heads up and say, hey, we're going to make this a new protocol change. So you almost have 2 years to purchase that equipment. So it doesn't make sense to have 60% of the state doing a skill or procedure and the other 40% not. So we're going to clean some of that up in some of our special protocols in the back. So that's coming, and that's at the request of the jurisdictions, to make Maryland more autonomous across the board, so everybody's doing the same thing. So there'll only be a subset of critical care skills that some jurisdictions won't do, like whole blood, RSI, and special stuff like that. So, but most of everything else should start to come together. So be careful what you ask for when you want more skills. That means you got to do the training, go along with that. That's because that's what you're asking us to do. And you got to have that training to go along with that. So we're doing what we were asked to do. I think the committee's done a good job across the state trying to make sure that we're listening as a whole. So I appreciate Mr. Chairman and Mr. President the opportunity to serve as your chairman, as well as my partners here and co-chairs this during your term, and look forward to continuing to work with you in any capacity. So that's all I have, unless you have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Thank you. We're going to go to Constitution and bylaws. Lee, you got any updates?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were no Constitution and bylaw amendments submitted by the March 17th date, which is in conjunction with our Constitution Article 7, Section 1. So there will be nothing on the ballot this year that pertains to the Constitution and bylaws. If you have any questions on the Constitution, I'm always available to talk to you about it.
Thank you, Lee. Sergeant at Arms, you have anything to say? Thank you. Ron, Investigation Committee.
No update, Mr. Chairman. I think our job's pretty much done.
Thank you. Now we'll go into the training and safety branch. We don't have too many representatives here today. David Black gave his report for Safety Committee. No other committees are here except for Rural Water. And Ed Wood's going to give that report for Steve Barry.
My understanding.
Get close to the mic. You're not glum enough. Look on top. See if you got a red light or a green light. Look on top.
Okay, we'll try that one. It is working. All right. The chairman asked me to, outside of the report, to pass on that we are getting busy, so to speak. He's not here today because of attending a training event in Harford County. And tomorrow he has a training event in Delaware. We're being requested to show up for things from time to time in Delaware, and we've attracted attention from New Jersey as well. So things are picking up. One thing we are looking for is a company or a county that would like to host a drill out west here, Washington, Allegheny, even Garrett. Somebody would like to pick up the ball and go with it. We would love to do one out in this area. And last but not least, it's that time of year again. The incoming administration will be looking for people for committees. If anyone's interested in serving on the Water Supply Committee, please contact Steve Barry. Questions?
Thank you. Have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Okay, that brings us to the end of our Saturday agenda. We're going to see if anybody's got anything they need to bring up today before we proceed to close. You only got 5 minutes this time, bud. That's what Secretary did. There you go. Time's like, say Richard's got them timed up. They cut off at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, he probably cut me off. I had a question after I sat down about the State Farm grant. I wanted to bring that up because that's a rapidly approaching grant. It's $10,000. We got 150 departments that will be awarded that. The application period is very short. It's June 4th, June 6th. So only a 3-day application period. Why? Because I can tell you, based on previous year things, after about the first day, we probably got 300, 400, 500 applications, and basically shut it down. If we had a 2-week or a 30-day application period, you know, we'd have to review 10,000 applications. So it's a $10,000 application. Basically, you put together a program that says essential equipment that will help improve firefighter safety, effectiveness, and efficiency. So some equipment needs that you have. You have to be more than 50% volunteer, population of 25,000 or less, yearly revenue less than $250,000, and then basically fill out the application showing what it is that you want to buy and demonstrate the need. So with that application very coming up June 4th to June 6th, awardees will be notified by August 31st. I wanted to get that information on the record.
4 to 6, you said, right? June 4 to 6.
June 4th to 6th, yep. 3-day application period.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? You did good, man. You were on 3.5 minutes. There you go. Mark said you're over the limit now. All right. We're not up to you yet, but we're getting there. Let's see if the second vice president has anything they'd like to say. The first vice president, he doesn't have anything to say. He's outside. So we're up to the president. You got anything to say today? Okay. Chief Chaplain, you are up. Thank you. We're going to adjourn our meeting. Excuse me? You're on the Mars list, but if you got anything to say, go ahead. How about the senior vice president there? And I don't see the junior vice president, so there you go. Okay. Now hold on, Chief Chaplain, before I get hollered at again. I want to go around and see if anybody else got anything they want to say. As far as I know. Sir, back there from Midland, Fred, can we leave our stuff in here for tonight? Thank you. And before the Chief Chaplain goes, I have one last announcement. We have been invited to a social time by Midland, right here in the back. The bar will be open for anybody who wants anything to drink. It's a cash bar. And then as soon as the chaplain gets done, and then, oh, it's not a cash bar? Oh, you just got some more customers. Thank you. So we've been invited there as soon as we adjourn. Now it's your turn.
Yeah, I won't be with you tomorrow. I'm leaving you in Sam's hands, so he'll be taking care of you tomorrow. I have to do a funeral tomorrow. So please join me in prayer. Almighty God, you have blessed us so much today with those who have partaken leading committees and doing reports, Father, and we thank you for the hard work that's been done by everyone. Father, as we prepare to break for today, give us fellowship this evening with each other and those who are traveling, safe travels. Until tomorrow, we ask for your guidance and direction, and protect those responding on calls. Protect them, guide them, and bring them home safely. We ask this all in your son's name. Amen.
Adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
You second it? Hey, free bar, they'll be here till tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Just be here for breakfast there, Bobby. You hear what Mark said? With a free bar, they'll still be in here till tomorrow morning. You need a motion or something, just put Mark down and Chip for a adjourn. I don't know if we do a motion or not. Hey, yeah, you ain't heard nothing we said. Oh, you gotta turn it, hold it more there.
He came up about, what we did as kids, running with, he's older. And I said, hell, I can remember more than one night going here in Cambridge. I lived almost where I live right now, when I was like 16.